The 9036th meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the collars of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Melanie Joly, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada.
Thank you. Thank you also to the UN Secretary General, Executive Director Beasley, Director General True, and Mrs. Manker for their insightful briefings. Excellencies, President, thank you for this exploration of ways to break the cycle of conflict and food insecurity. We have made enormous inroads into hunger over recent decades, but all these gains are rolling back. Climate change, COVID-19, and conflict have combined to create a hunger and humanitarian crisis greater than anything we've seen in recent years. Most recently, we are seeing how President Putin's invasion of Ukraine is directly accelerating this trend. And let me be clear, Russia's invasion is to blame, not the sanctions. Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine is many things. It is a naked act of aggression by a nuclear power against a neighboring country. It is a blatant violation of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. It had also been the greatest shock to global food systems, which were already fragile, in the past 12 years. In attacking one of the breadbaskets of the world and seeking to cut off Ukraine's economy, Russia is destroying Ukraine's capacity to support the world with food. It is blockading Ukrainian ports, displacing farmers and workers, ravaging its farmlands, and attacking civilian infrastructure on a massive scale. Russia's reckless actions are leading directly to skyrocketing commodity prices and inflation. This makes them a direct concern to every member represented here. In my discussions yesterday with the Secretary General and with World Food Programme Executive Director Beasley, I was impressed by the ongoing efforts to create a humanitarian sea corridor for food. There's no time to waste, and Canada is ready to help in making sure Ukrainian grains get out of Ukraine to those who really need it. President, turning to the wider issue, we know that food insecurity and conflict are part of a vicious cycle. Conflict leads to hunger, while underinvestments in agriculture and high food prices can cause political unrest and conflict. We must act quickly to save millions of lives. We must act in accordance with Security Council Resolution 2417, which condemns the starvation of civilians as a tactic in warfare, and Resolution 2573 to protect civilians and the goods and supplies that are essential to their survival. In the face of historic and untenable levels of food insecurity, last year, Canada contributed more than $380 million to emergency food and nutrition assistance. And since 2020, we have spent approximately $1 billion per year in gender-responsive humanitarian assistance to address rising global needs. We responded to the call to action from partners and friends in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. And we will continue to support multilateral solutions.
Our partners can continue to count on Canada. We are already doing a great deal, but we must do more, and we will do more. Yesterday, I talked about what Canada can also do directly, and I'm reiterating it today before you. As a major cereals exporter, we are going to export them, and we hope that the season will be better the next season will be better than last year, and that Mother Nature will be generous. We are one of the leaguers in the manufacture of potash. Several of you have already asked for that, and we will do everything we can to send it to you because we know to what extent fertilizers are currently so important. We also need to attack hunger and conflict. We need to implement long-term solutions that break the vicious cycle of poverty, hunger and conflicts. We know what needs to be done to fix the weaknesses of our global food systems. We need to invest in climate-smart agricultural solutions. My grandparents were wheat farmers and millers, and I know to what extent we need to take care of our land and also to strengthen our social security safety nets and promote healthy and nutritional food. It's also important that the decision-making table be inclusive. Women's involvement is essential in order to find lasting solutions for all. To break the cycle of conflict and insecurity, food insecurity, we must include women. Finally, we need all members of our society to build more resilient and more long-lasting and sustainable food systems. We all have a choice to make. We need to choose to bring an end to conflict. We need to choose to do more to fight hunger. For me and for Canada, the choice is clear. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Joly, for her statements. I now give the floor to His Excellency Péter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Hungary, the country I represent, is a neighboring country to Ukraine, so we are directly impacted by the war. All minutes, hours and days spent with the war in Ukraine put a security risk on Hungary. But Hungary is not only a neighboring country to Ukraine, but is a neighboring country route for the migratory flows targeting Europe. So we are indirectly impacted by the war as well, next to the direct impacts, since a foreseeable food crisis caused by the war in Ukraine can easily lead, unfortunately, to further migratory waves. Mr. President, Hungarian people did not want this war, and Hungarian people do not want this war. We want peace in our neighborhood. And we all know that this war puts a serious risk on the safe global supply of food. We all know that the limited capacities to export basic foodstuff from the countries in war put a severe shortage on the fragile regions in the neighborhood of Europe. As we look at the statistics, 38 regions which have been hit by starving were recipients of 34% of Ukrainian wheat and corn export. And we also know that countries suffering a food crisis have been recipients of 73% of wheat export from Russia. So I guess we are all aware, Mr. President, what will this food supply crisis cause. In the already fragile regions, there will be a spread of extremist ideologies and a growing threat of terror, and we all know that these two are the major root causes for the migratory flows. That's why, Mr. President, we do believe that the international community should make all the possible efforts in order to prevent such kind of a supply crisis. And according to our understanding, this prevention can have two different possible directions. First, that we try our best to bring additional supply to these recipient areas of the former Ukrainian and Russian exports from alternative resources. We don't know whether there are enough alternative resources in the world. I might say there must not be enough resources. So as a second step, I think we do have to help the Ukrainian farmers to keep their capacity to produce. And here we, as a neighboring country, again, reflecting to what Melanie has just said, we definitely have to take into consideration another aspect, which is the enormous price increase globally when it comes to foodstuff. The price index of FAO has hit its record height, 21% increase within 1 year, which is enormous. So there's a special responsibility on the governments to ensure that those people who are not responsible for the war in Ukraine should not pay the price of the war either. So the Hungarian government has already acted in time and efficiently, and we have introduced price caps on certain food products in order to keep the prices relatively under control and to keep inflation under control as well. Last but not least, Mr. President, we do believe that capacity building in countries and regions where the level of standards of food industry is still low is extremely important. And Hungary takes part in these efforts as well. Over 300 experts from such countries have graduated on Hungarian universities in the framework of a joint program by FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture in their scholarship program. So, Mr. President, thank you very much for convening this meeting. We are ready to take further part in the international efforts to successfully address the food security challenges in the future which are ahead of us. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Seato for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jean Asselborn, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Luxembourg.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to thank the U.S. Presidency of the Security Council for having organized today's open debate at the ministerial level on matters of vital importance, namely conflict prevention and preventing insecurity. Food insecurity has been compounded by the adverse consequences of climate change, and this constitutes a grave threat to the peace. This is liable to further destabilize already vulnerable societies. This is liable to plunge millions of human beings into poverty and thereby to fan the fuel the flame of conflict. In this regard, the question of food security is fully worthy of consideration by the Security Council. We see this reflected today in the unprovoked, unjustified military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. This aggression has plunged thousands of Ukrainians into destitution and despair by blocking millions of tons of Ukrainian grain exports. The Russian Federation has exacerbated the food crisis, which has particularly afflicted vulnerable countries and populations in Africa as well as in the Middle East, where harvests have already been severely affected by the combined consequences of climate change, conflict, and economic shocks. Mr. President, it is war that is the cause of the food crisis, not sanctions. Sanctions which are the consequence of war. Mr. President, the crisis which we are presently encountering is complicated and multidimensional. A global, multi-stakeholder, and coordinated response is of vital importance in order to mitigate the impact of conflict on food and on food security, and to ultimately achieve more sustainable production and processing systems. I am fully in agreement with the Secretary General that there should be no restrictions on the export of food commodities. We fully align ourselves with the principles on global food security, which have been advanced by the G7. We applaud the initiative of the United Nations Secretary General to convene a global crisis response group for food, energy, and financing in order to identify short, medium, and long-term solutions. In that vein, Luxembourg has been contributing to the efforts of the European Union and of the international community by adopting decisive measures to shore up food and nutritional resilience. We have been supporting the vital efforts carried out in this area by our humanitarian partners, specifically the World Food Programme, the FAO, and the IFAD, and we have allocated a minimum of 20% of our annual humanitarian budget to that end. Luxembourg firmly supports the multi-stakeholder development approaches, such as the Team Europe initiatives and the Global Network Against Food Crises. These are part of our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to adhere to the Nobody Left Behind principle. We remain fully committed to support for the Sahel region. The Sahel region, which has been gravely impacted by the food insecurity, which has been exacerbated by climate change and the consequences of war in Ukraine. Through our support for development, cooperation, and humanitarian action, specifically in the areas of sustainable agriculture, water, sanitation, as well as through investments in human capital development, Luxembourg has continued to undertake efforts to shore up food resilience, to safeguard the social peace, and thereby to prevent conflict in the countries concerned. Mr. President, swift, collective, global action is of paramount importance in order to avoid the world's worst food crisis and to avert the ensuing social, economic, and political upheavals. The most vulnerable populations would be the first victims, specifically women and children. Hunger should not be manipulated as a weapon of war, neither in Ukraine nor anywhere else. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Asselborn for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mantos Aromenas, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and my own country, Lithuania. Let me start by thanking the United States for organizing this open debate and the distinguished briefers for their statements. On behalf of our countries, I would also like to express the gratitude to the United Nations Secretary General for his consistent focus on the destructive consequences of the Russian war against Ukraine, including the threat it poses for global food security. Dear colleagues, this unjust and unprovoked war, first and foremost, has caused unimaginable and immeasurable suffering in Ukraine. People of the city of Mariupol have been kept in siege for almost 3 months. The Russian army turned Mariupol into rubble, leaving thousands dead and depriving the city of food, water, electricity, and medical assistance. Starving of civilians and unlawful denial of humanitarian access as methods of warfare are prohibited by international humanitarian law and have been condemned by Resolution 2417, adopted unanimously by this very same Council in 2018. Yet, the Russian Federation, a permanent member of this Council, behaves as if they were above the law. The Azovstal steel plant became the final holdout and a symbol of resilience in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. We welcome the United Nations life-saving humanitarian action on the ground in Azovstal complex that helped to escort hundreds of civilians who had been taking refuge in the plant to safety. Mr. President, the effects of Russia's war are reaching beyond Europe. If Russia does not stop this war, the rise in food insecurity in 2022 and beyond could be catastrophic and with far-reaching consequences. Russia blames the consequences of the war they themselves started on sanctions. This is a very poor attempt to distract attention and is inherently false. Hunger and conflict are tragically interlinked. Sahel region, East Africa have already reported alarming increases in levels of food insecurity. The Secretary General reported the worldwide implications of this war being in full view after his recent travels to West Africa. UNICEF emphasizes the vulnerability of children in the Middle East and North Africa. Not sanctions, but Russia's war on Ukraine is causing these devastating effects. Russia is systematically targeting all aspects of Ukraine's agriculture: fields, farm equipment, warehouses, and markets. In addition, the Russian Federation is blocking hundreds of ships filled with wheat in the Black Sea. We need quick and decisive action to ensure the food supply and minimize the effects of Russia's war to global food markets. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were among the first to propose to help the Ukrainian government by shipping the wheat to global markets through our ports. The European Union is making the efforts through the so-called solidarity lanes. However, It is impossible to ensure the same volume of exports by other means of transportation as via seaports in the immediate future. We need Russia to unblock Ukrainian ports and restore the freedom of navigation. We need the safe passage for grain-carrying ships to Ukraine's territorial waters across the Black Sea. Keeping Ukrainian grain blocked could result in 44 million people worldwide falling into starvation, to quote the World Food Programme. We encourage the Security Council and the relevant UN agencies to consider the ways to prevent this scenario. Furthermore, the international community must also consider the possible assistance to Ukraine to resume agricultural production and ensure the harvest for next years. We call on the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance to closely monitor the situation and provide the consistent reports on the effects of Russia's war to global food insecurity and concrete recommendations on how to manage them in a coordinated manner. International system based on international law, including the UN Charter, must not tolerate the deliberate attacks on global agricultural supply chains and global food markets. This is exactly what Russia is doing by intentionally crippling Ukraine's agricultural sector and blocking exports. Finally, Mr. President, allow me to reiterate that Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia firmly stand for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We stand for accountability. We stand for humanity. We will do everything we can to support Ukraine in its fight to defend the rules-based international order. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Adomenas, for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Kiyoshi Odawara, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the United States for convening this important meeting, as well as Secretary General and others for their briefings. Japan attaches great importance to the achievement of global food security in realizing a quote-unquote society where no one is left behind, reflecting the philosophy of human security, which Japan regards as an important pillar of its foreign policy. This meeting is timely, given the dramatic deterioration of global food security caused by Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has exacerbated food security globally, infringes upon Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and shakes the very foundation of the international order that never tolerate any unilateral change of the status quo by force. Russia targeted critical civilian infrastructure, including that for agricultural production, transportation, and storage, in clear denial of commitments in the Council, which as Security Council Resolution 2417 and 2573. Japan is gravely concerned by such attacks and condemns them in the strongest terms. Japan stressed the importance of the following 3 points as rapid responses to deteriorating global food security. Firstly, the international community must work together to expand emergency food assistance, especially in the severely affected Middle East and Africa. As a consistent partner of the WFP, on May 10th, Japan decided to extend emergency grant aid of $10 million in response to the food crisis in Yemen, where humanitarian situation could further deteriorate due to the impact of rising food prices caused by the situation in Ukraine. The provision of food aid to Sri Lanka will also be decided shortly. Japan will continue to work with the international community to closely consider the necessary measures. Secondly, it is important to treat the Ukrainian grain export as a humanitarian issue and to create political momentum to enable the smooth export of food to those in need. Japan advocates for this approach and for establishment of a quote-unquote humanitarian food passage, which would facilitate such exports. We would like to call on the countries concerned, including Russia, to restore the international distribution of Ukrainian food. Lastly, it is important to ensure that measures that disrupt global food trade and affect global food insecurity, such as export restrictions and excessive hoarding, are not taken. In this connection, it should be agreed at next month's WTO ministerial meeting that food procurement for humanitarian aid by international organizations should not be subject to export restrictions. Mr. President, Japan is determined to continue to make every effort in cooperation with the international community to address the negative impact of conflict on global food security. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Odawara for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mario Bucaro, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. President. On behalf of the government of Guatemala, I wish to congratulate the United States of America for taking up the presidency of the Security Council this month and for deciding to convene this open debate on conflict and food security. This is an extremely relevant event because, from our view, this topic could represent a threat to international peace and security if it is not addressed in a timely manner. Moreover, I take this opportunity to express my thanks for the briefings made by the Secretary General and the representatives of the World Food Programme, the WFP, and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, which all laid bare the alarming situation of hunger at a global level. Excellencies, I would like to begin by expressing my country's deep-rooted concern at the effects of the Russian Federation's aggression against the sovereign territory of Ukraine. This represents a flagrant violation of the founding charter of this organization. Moreover, it is worsening the humanitarian and human rights situation around the world. It is further having devastating effects on the economy and on already record levels of food insecurity. We reaffirm our round condemnation of this unjustified attack, and we express our support to the people and government of Ukraine. We call for respect to life, peace, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and particularly respect for internationally recognized borders. Therefore, we appeal to this Council to uphold the international obligations under international law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law. We particularly call for compliance with Resolution 2417 from 2018 in paragraph 8, subparagraph 225, in the statute of the International Criminal Court. It establishes that the use of famine as a method of war, as well as the illegal denial of humanitarian access, are now considered as war crimes. Mr. President, we must not let up in our fight against hunger. Guatemala, as a highly vulnerable country to the effects of climate change, suffered a severe hurricane season, a lack of precipitation, drought, and loss of crops during the pandemic. This has affected poverty levels, food insecurity of households, and is driving irregular migration. In this context, Guatemala urgently calls for us to address the hunger crisis as one of the priorities of the international agenda. It's necessary to protect the most vulnerable and act immediately to save lives, particularly in emergency, disaster, and crisis situations, by implementing humanitarian steps focused on building more resilient communities, by building efforts to guarantee the global food supply. We believe that it is very valuable for this Security Council to support early warning systems to provide governments and humanitarian stakeholders with timely, reliable, precise, and verifiable information to prevent and mitigate the effects of a food crisis in the context of an armed conflict. Therefore, we welcome the Secretary-General's initiative to create a United Nations Global Crisis Response Group on food, energy and finance. This brings together the relevant members of the United Nations system, including the Security Council. We support the recommendations of the FAO on the need to keep the food and agricultural goods trade open by diversifying supplies of food and promoting local production and further expanding social security networks. Moreover, we recall that it is time to progress in implementing the Food Systems Summit and to follow up on the Food Systems Summit and support the implementation of the voluntary commitments made there that our country has been playing an active role in. Finally, I express a commitment of the President of the Republic of Guatemala, Dr. Alejandro Giammattei Falla, to prioritize the protection of lives, the health of the population by ensuring respect for all human lives and promoting international efforts aligned with our national priorities in fighting malnutrition and hunger. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Bucaro for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Jenny Olsen, State Secretary for International Development of Sweden.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'll try to use my time wisely. We do not have a single minute to waste in halting the triple food, energy and finance crisis. My remarks are made on behalf of the 5 Nordic countries. Almost to the day 4 years ago, Sweden and 3 other elected council members tabled Resolution 2417 on conflict and hunger, which condemns the use of starvation as a method of warfare. The world was alarmed by the threat of famine and the 74 million people facing crisis level of food insecurity or worse. Since then, the number has almost quadrupled to a staggering 275 million. A majority of them live in areas of conflict, and as always, women and children are bearing the brunt of the burden. If that is not an argument enough for seriously stepping up our efforts, I'm not sure what would be. With the Russian aggression against Ukraine, supported by Belarus, the situation has deteriorated further. I would like to thank the Secretary General and other briefers for making this very clear, but also for the work done by the UN to alleviate the situation, often in extremely challenging situations. The actions needed are both immediate and systemic. Skyrocketing humanitarian needs on almost every continent must be met by increased humanitarian funding. The humanitarian response plans for countries such as Somalia, Burkina Faso, Myanmar, and the DRC are only funded between 5 and 15%. This list of underfunded crises is regrettably longer. And this is not statistics, it's a question of life and death. These underfunded, protracted crises form fertile grounds for shocks to escalate into full-blown crisis. Life-saving assistance must reach people in need. Safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access must be ensured and respect for humanitarian principles guaranteed. Equally urgent are measures to increase the supply of food. Russia must immediately allow the export of grain stuck in silos in Ukraine, enough grain to feed millions. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine must stop. This is necessary also for Ukrainian agricultural production and export to restart. In all parts of the world, agricultural production systems should be developed to become sustainable and resilient to escalating climate change. Similarly, there is an urgent need to end violent conflict everywhere. Building and sustaining peace improves conditions for smallhold farmers to access land, for communities to grow crops and diversify livelihoods, and for investments in sustainable and inclusive food systems, enabling agriculture to thrive instead of being destroyed. It contributes to ensuring access to basic services and universal access to social protection. Adequately financed peace building can enhance food security and ensure longer-term development. we fully support the Secretary General in his work on a new agenda for peace and stand ready to contribute to its implementation. Finally, the Nordic countries welcome recommendations made in the Global Crisis Response Group report. We stand ready to engage, including with the Danish Prime Minister as one of the champions of the group. And we are all co-sponsoring the draft General Assembly resolution, State of Global Food Insecurity. We agree that this triple crisis is one which can only be addressed collectively and multilaterally. The international financial institutions and the humanitarian actors, local peace builders and regional organizations, private sectors and the scientific community, the UN as a whole, and all of us member states. We all have a role to play and a responsibility to shoulder. I would therefore like to end by thanking you, Mr. President, for bringing us together today to commit to doing more together. We really need to, and we have no time to spare. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Olsen for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Frano Matušić, State Secretary for Political Affairs of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the US for organizing this meeting and the distinguished briefers for the information they have provided today. It is important that the Council continues to keep this matter high on its agenda. Croatia is deeply concerned over the current state of global food security and malnutrition. According to the World Food Programme, conflict, climate shocks, economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the spiraling costs of food and energy could drive at least 50 million people to the edge of famine this year. Conflict is the single most important driver of hunger, with 60% of the world's hungry people living in areas afflicted by conflicts and violence. The unprovoked war in Ukraine adds yet another dimension. It already caused serious global implications. Both Ukraine and the Russian Federation are critical to global food systems. Russia's aggression on Ukraine has led to a dramatic surge in food, fertilizers and energy prices, with incalculable human consequences felt most notably in the societies already exhausted by conflict. As we continue to provide full support to Ukraine and its people, we must also consider the global impact of the war. In this regard, we welcome the preliminary recommendations of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance established by the Secretary General. Conflict and hunger are mutually reinforcing. Food insecurity feeds conflicts, and conflicts exacerbate food insecurity. Generations can stay prisoners of this vicious circle. Mr. President, in 2018, the Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 2417, which acknowledged the link between conflicts and hunger and its impacts on global peace and security. The resolution was conceived as an instrument to break the vicious circle between armed conflicts and food insecurity. However, what we are missing is a more efficient action aimed at conflict prevention and resolution, as well as ensuring accountability for the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare prohibited by international humanitarian law. Croatia supports the proposed resolution on the General Assembly on global food insecurity. In this sense, we sincerely hope that the adoption of this resolution will contribute to better coordination of all relevant stakeholders in support of the countries affected by the food security crisis. Mr. President, dear colleagues, today no one needs to go hungry. Neutrality in the face of harm and hunger is not a sustainable option. We must take a strong and principled stand to protect vulnerable populations. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Matušić for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Marta Elida Gordon, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, ladies and gentlemen. The Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine is causing a massive loss of life, a destruction of fundamental civilian infrastructure, and a humanitarian crisis not seen since the end of the Second World War, including the internal and external displacement of millions of people. One of its most visible consequences is the rapid global breakdown of food security due to the importance of both countries as the manufacturers and exporters of essential commodities. There have been significant cuts in the production of food, access to energy, and crucial inputs for agriculture. Supply chains and prices have both been affected. The impact of this conflict has expanded, with consequences hitting hardest those countries with low and middle income, and developing countries with low and middle income, and the most vulnerable population groups, including children and women. The situation of food security was already critical before this conflict broke out due to the COVID-19 pandemic, from which we are still recovering. The conflict has exacerbated this creeping food insecurity. It is crucial to act expeditiously and together to identify steps such as actions that would strengthen the development of the production of food in our countries, in parallel with the financial and technical cooperation of countries with greater levels of technological development in the food industry, as well as international bodies and the private sector. We support the FAO and the Food Security Committee in their initiatives to allow continued market access and to establish dialogue mechanisms with different social groups as a flexible way of acting together to counter these risk situations. Mr. President, 4 years ago, this Council adopted Resolution 2417/2018. This resolution noted the tie and the link between armed conflicts and food insecurity. The resolution also noted the need to respond efficiently to humanitarian needs that arise in the aftermath of these situations, safeguarding international humanitarian law at the same time. Armed conflicts do not contribute to steps to mitigate food insecurity, even less so when the parties to the conflict do not respect their obligations in civilian protection to ensure that civilians receive appropriate attention, and they fail to respect the obligations of universal human rights and international humanitarian law instruments. Panama reiterates that dialogue and negotiation based on the respect for the spirit of the United Nations Charter for peaceful coexistence and the respect for multilateralism is the only way to restore international peace and security. Panama reaffirms its support for the joint appeal of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization, the WTO, and the World Food Programme to work in coordination to provide food and financial support to aim to step up agricultural production and keep trade open. We also support the call of the G7 to forge a global alliance for food security. Finally, Mr. President, I'd like to thank the United States for this very necessary meeting. Thank you very much.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Gordon, for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Shahryar-Alam, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh.
Thank you. Mr. President, I thank you for convening this timely meeting on conflict and food security. I also thank the Secretary General and the other briefers for their insightful remarks on this very important issue. Global efforts for achieving a world without hunger have gone seriously off track. The COVID-19 pandemic has reversed our decades of progress. The 2021 State of Food Security and Nutrition Report by FAO provided a sobering picture. A staggering number of at least 720 million people in the world faced hunger in 2020. The figure is around 118 million higher than 2019. The war in Ukraine has made the situation worse. It has disrupted exports of food grains from Ukraine and Russia and has fueled an alarming rise of food prices in the global market. Mr. President, the contribution of the agricultural sector to Bangladesh's GDP is almost 14%, and it employs the biggest share of our labor force. Our government has adopted many bold policies to transform the agricultural sector and achieve food self-sufficiency. In turn, it contributed to promoting rural development, empowering the marginalized people, and protecting smallholder farmers. And that has had a transformative impact in creating diversified value chains in the food industry, in generating employment, and in eradicating poverty. My Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has joined the Global Champions Group on Global Crisis Response set up by the Secretary General. We stand ready to share our good practices in agriculture and food security with countries in comparable situation. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda promises a hunger-free world. We must work together to fulfill this vision and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. Allow me to share some specific thoughts in this regard. First, we need increased investment and targeted technology support from the developed countries in the agricultural sector to enhance productivity and for effective food storage and distribution system. For that, it is imperative to leverage existing international cooperation frameworks, including STI collaboration and effective South-South and triangular cooperation. Second, we need global solidarity to keep critical food delivery infrastructure, such as farms, markets, and food processing and storage facilities, out of the harm's way during conflicts. We encourage a cross-pillar approach within the UN system involving peace, development, and humanitarian actors to advance this agenda. The Peace-Building Commission, with its overarching mandate, as well as convening and advisory roles, can play a critical role in this regard. Third, we must create a more efficient and reliable global food system that would deliver safe, nutritious, and affordable food for all. It is imperative to eliminate trade restriction and export subsidies by developed countries to create an open, functional, and rule-based trading system. Fourth, climate change and environmental degradation have detrimental impacts on agricultural and nutrition sectors. It is therefore imperative to fulfill our climate commitments for creating a more resilient agriculture and food system. Finally, we support the notion of the Security Council Resolution 2417 to ban starving of civilians as a method of warfare, as well as to ensure unimpeded access of humanitarian actors, including armed conflict, during armed conflict. Now, more than ever before, we must demonstrate global solidarity through real action to tackle the triple crisis of COVID, climate, and conflict. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Alam for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Switzerland wishes to thank the United States for having convened this debate, which is part of an important week dedicated to this theme, and we thank the briefers for their valuable contributions to this meeting. Conflicts, the climate crisis, COVID-19, and the skyrocketing crisis costs of food and fuel has resulted in a perfect storm. With these words, the World Food Program sounded the alarm when the Global Food Crisis Report was launched. These crises impact everybody. The number of people needing urgent humanitarian assistance may reach 323 million this year. We are particularly troubled about the plight faced by those most vulnerable, those exposed to global market shocks. Armed conflict remains one of the main factors in hunger and malnutrition, and in this way, global food insecurity projections as a result of the Russian military aggression against Ukraine should prompt us to undertake greater efforts to end this conflict and other armed conflicts throughout the world. These conflicts result in death, forced displacements, and starvation and hunger. We fully support the Secretary General and his good offices in an attempt to silence the arms. To that end, we wish to underscore 3 areas of action. First and foremost, there is an urgent need to redouble efforts, including at the Security Council, to guarantee immediate unfettered humanitarian access, to ensure respect for international humanitarian law, and to prevent armed conflict. Second, it is incumbent upon the international community to speak in one voice on food insecurity. The Security Council has been united on core humanitarian principles and norms, which are in Resolution 2417 and 2573. These should be implemented in all areas on the Council's agenda, and all states should have this reflected in their legislation. We hope that the General Assembly next week will adopt a resolution on the state of global food insecurity, which Switzerland co-sponsored. Switzerland also applauds the recommendations of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance, launched by the Secretary General for a coherent, coordinated response to the consequences of the aggression against Ukraine on the most vulnerable countries. We will listen with interest the second briefing on local actors, emphasizing the importance of women and young people is key to addressing the causes of food insecurity. Third, accountability is vital to deter potential perpetrators of violations and to ensure that justice is delivered for the victims. The Council can refer to the International Criminal Court situations of internal or international armed conflict when the crime of famine may be committed. We call on states parties to the court to ratify this amendment, member states to criminalize these acts in their national legislation. Mr. President, as the quantity of food produced can be suffices to provide food for everybody, there's a lack of equality in access, and this is compounded by hostilities and violations of international humanitarian law. Finding political solutions to armed conflict should go hand in hand with our global approach to end hunger, to guarantee that all human beings have access to enough adequate food, and to promote resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems. As a candidate for the Security Council, my country remains committed to prevention and resolution of conflict in order to break the vicious cycle of hunger and armed conflict. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
Mr. President, at the outset, I'd like to congratulate the United States for presiding over the Security Council this month. I'd like to thank you for holding this important debate. Food security in the Middle East is one of the major challenges in our region, particularly in light of the conflicts that are worsening human suffering and which have hampered access to food and medicines. In addition, these conflicts sap the work of humanitarian organizations and them accessing people in need. Food insecurity and conflicts are two interlinked topics. That is why, to resolve them, we need solutions based on coordinated approaches at the international level. It's necessary to adopt this coordinated approach to prevent a food shortage. And in this same vein, the effects and repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic have led to a great rise in food insecurity, which has particularly affected the poorest and most fragile countries. These countries that were already facing many challenges, such as climate change, water shortages, economic crises, regional troubles, and also an unprecedented migratory crisis. All of this is is further compounded by food insecurity. This is a situation that we know well in Jordan. The crisis in Jordan has revealed to what extent the food security situation was weak and supply chains were also weak. This crisis has multiplied the harmful effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the Middle East. Indeed, the harmful effects of this pandemic have multiplied and have affected the economic performance and the welfare of countries in the region. For instance, we've seen a hike in the price of foodstuffs, wheat and cereals, and also food production around the region. The World Bank has also explained that this crisis will have disastrous repercussions on certain countries if humanitarian aid and aid for development is not increased. Indeed, the Middle East represents 6% of the global population, and nonetheless, countries in the Middle East are home to 20% of those facing acute food insecurity. And there are several factors that are affecting the development in our region. For instance, conflicts. That's why we need to step up social cohesion, develop the private sector and employment to improve food security. Climate change is an urgent situation, and that is why we are fighting against food shortages at a global level. This has become an imminent danger following the pandemic. Mr. President, the agro-food sector in Jordan provides some employment for 20% of our population. And since the beginning of the pandemic, this sector has been very present in the global supply chains. This sector can expand thanks to greater investment and better technology. My country, Jordan, wishes to reiterate its availability and readiness to share its skills and capacities in food and pharmaceuticals to become a regional hub for supply and storage. To conclude, Mr. President, we cannot return to the pre-COVID-19 situation. We need to seize this opportunity to build a better, more efficient and more united global system. We must work together to adopt sustainable technology in farming. This is an approach that could in turn strengthen the resistance and resilience of our global food chains to reduce the costs and improve access, while also protecting our environment. We also need to protect the resilience of supply chains and include developing countries in these development efforts for all. Therefore, we should harness greater funding and cooperate to tackle the root causes of food insecurity, conflicts, climate change, poverty and inequality. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Jordan for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Carolina Ache, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uruguay welcomes this opportunity to examine the link between armed conflicts and food crises, as well as the measures that the international community could adopt to alleviate the situations that we are currently all suffering from. We mustn't forget, moreover, that the health and economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has created a situation that we are still living with. Added to this, we see existing conflicts around the world, particularly in the Middle East and various parts of Africa, as well as the recent conflict in Ukraine. This has generated unprecedented disruption in global supply chains and in trade relations between countries. It is testing the resilience of global food supply channels. Uruguay is viewing this situation from the perspective of a country that is a food exporter. We have a population of 3.5 million, and we produce food for approximately 30 million people, and we trade with more than 160 countries around the world. As Uruguay represents a sizable proportion of global providers of some foods, it can therefore contribute to mitigating the effects of the global food crisis through exports. Mr. President, one of the most powerful effects of the COVID-19 crisis and the aforementioned conflicts, particularly that between Russia and Ukraine, has been the disruption in food and fertilizer distribution chains, as well as price hikes for food commodities, particularly cereals. Prices of these have skyrocketed, jeopardizing food security and sustainable development. Price rises and problems in supply chains are a risk to those countries that need to import to meet their food needs, and they give rise to situations of great vulnerability in those countries that depend on food aid. In addition, although the current juncture might be seen to favor exporter countries, this is not the case, given that the impact of price hikes also tests public policies to control inflation through the increase in production costs, mainly due to rising fuel and fertilizer costs, and the impact of all of this on the public's purchasing power. These challenges are common to several of the countries in our region, as was projected in the latest HAYLI.AM report that was presented in this organization on the 27th of April this year. In this context, we believe that it is crucial to expand international cooperation, both north-south, south-south, or triangular, so that together we can avoid deepening the food crisis and even hunger, and enable the free flow of foodstuffs around the world. In tackling this crisis, we must take all necessary steps to bring an end to conflicts, particularly by ensuring the appropriate use of the mechanisms and powers of this Security Council. But more than that, it's necessary for all countries to act together so as to keep trade flows for food and other supplies open. Distribution channels must continue to function, and we must avoid resorting to trade restrictions or prohibitions. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, in parallel, the whole international community and international financial institutions must cooperate to provide the necessary assistance to developing countries facing the most critical situations. And in the first aspect that I mentioned earlier on the policies that need to be developed, history has taught us that when we resort to trade restrictive measures, situations worsen and slide into more deep-rooted and economic and political crises. This is what happened in the 30s, in the 20th century, and in other periods. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, has on various at various times resorted to this type of policy, and the results of this were extremely adverse in terms of development and the welfare of our populations. Consequently, we need to learn from previous experiences and not repeat them. Thank you very much.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Aceh for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Starvation and hunger have no place in today's world. Some 7 decades after the UN Charter committed us to better standards of life in larger freedom for all. Humankind has the technological and financial means to help ensure better food security, but this has been difficult to achieve. This is in part because we live in a time marked by compounded crises, with food insecurity being just one of them. Rising agricultural prices in tandem with rising energy costs, the challenges of climate change and their impact on the environment, including water scarcity, and trade disruptions due to the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, and conflict in various parts of the world. All these have put upward pressures on global food prices. This has impaired food security and threatened to put the SDGs in ICU. The most affected are low-income, food deficit countries and the most vulnerable groups, including women and children, girls. As several delegations have referred to earlier, 1.7 billion people in 170 economies are severely exposed to one of the three triple crises, including rising food prices, as referred to by the Secretary General. The WFP and FAO, meanwhile, have identified organized violence and conflict as the primary drivers of hunger in hunger hotspots and globally, with weather extremes, including drought and floods, being another. Against this backdrop, Thailand believes that some actions could be considered as part of multi-stakeholder efforts to help ensure better food security. These actions are anchored on three ideas: sustainability, supply chains, and science and technology. First is sustainability, encouraging sustainable agriculture and food production in order to generate sufficient food supplies for the long term, regionally and globally. As one of the world's leading food producers, Thailand pursues a food strategy based on food safety, food security, and sustainability of natural resources and agroecology. This is part of our Bio-Circular Green, or BCG, economy model, which seeks to promote sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth and development. And because sustainable development with food security is so critical to sustainable peace building, our peacekeeping contingents provide training in sustainable agriculture to local communities. Second is supply chains, promoting secure and resilient global and regional supply chains and distribution channels, especially for agricultural and food products. An economic landscape conducive to such supply chains is necessary. To promote world food security, relevant rules and regulations under multilateral trade fora need to be more supportive and facilitative towards international trade in food products. Meanwhile, in countries and regions affected by disasters and conflict, priority should be given to getting humanitarian supplies, including food, to the people in the affected areas. And as mentioned by some delegations, food should not be part of UN sanctions. Third is science and technology, mobilizing S&T to help increase supplies, improve food storage, and minimize food waste. To this end, leading Thai food companies, academic institutions, and local farmers have been cooperating with international partners to develop alternative seafood and meats, including plant-based proteins, which have high feed conversion efficiency and emit relatively few GSGs, and innovative storage capabilities. International cooperation in this area should be further advanced. As seen in the recently concluded ASEAN-US Special Summit in Washington, where partners committed to enhancing collaboration in smart farming, both precision and climate-smart agriculture, and food science, amongst others. To conclude, enhanced and practical regional and multilateral cooperation backed by strong political will is vital. That is why this Security Council meeting is so timely, and we commend the United States' announcement this morning of increases in food assistance. That is why Thailand looks forward to the adoption of the General Assembly resolution to address global food insecurity in the near future. And that is why, as host economy of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, this year, Thailand is committed to achieving APEC's goal of sufficient, safe, nutritious, accessible, and affordable food for all through the APEC Food Security Roadmap, and to developing an implementation plan in this regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Thailand for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to start by thanking the United States for initiating this critical discussion on conflict and food security. I should also thank the Secretary General for his remarks and the other briefers. With the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, we collectively committed to ending hunger and all forms of malnutrition. Yet multiple and integrated factors have caused serious setbacks. The pandemic and related economic shocks, the climate crisis and extreme weather conditions, armed conflicts, and now the war in Ukraine are among them. The Security Council, through Resolution 2417, recognized for the first time the inherent connection between conflict and food insecurity. Since then, the effective implementation of this resolution remains essential, particularly in humanitarian settings such as in Syria, Yemen, Afghanistan, in parts of Africa, and Ukraine. Figures speak loud and clear in each setting, Mr. President. In Syria, the humanitarian situation is as grave as ever. 14.6 million people across the country are in need of humanitarian assistance. The use of starvation continues to be a frequent tactic of war in Syria. For too long, the Syrian regime has left civilians without access to food and make them suffer. Under these conditions, the UN cross-border mechanism has proven to be a life-saving instrument. The members of this Council have a job to do: the renewal of the Security Council mandate. The Council should take action to alleviate the suffering of the Syrian people. For food insecurity in parts of Afghanistan has also reached catastrophic levels. Almost 20 million Afghans are facing high levels of acute food insecurity, according to the FAO. Conflict remains the primary underlying driver of hunger in Yemen. 17.4 million people in the country are now in need of food assistance. Across Yemen, 2.2 million children are acutely malnourished. Imagine what this means for the future of that country. 15 million people in the Horn of Africa suffer from severe drought and need life-saving assistance. And now, with the war in Ukraine, the world is faced with severe crisis. Our position is clear and firm. This is an unjustified, illegal, and illegitimate act of aggression against a founding member of the United Nations. It's a blatant violation of the UN Charter. This war has to end, Mr. President. Since the outbreak of the war, we have been working on two tracks, first of which is actively supporting efforts to ease the humanitarian situation. We are working on establishing a humanitarian contact group together with the United Nations. And second, facilitating the efforts for a negotiated settlement. Unfortunately, atrocities in Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol have complicated the diplomatic process. The momentum has been lost, but the talks have not fully collapsed. But we cannot give up on the hope of peace. Diplomatic channels need to remain open. Keeping dialogue alive is necessary to save lives and prevent further destruction. The war in Ukraine is likely to lead to significant import shocks and disruption of global agricultural supply chains, further driving food prices. 45 African countries import at least a third of their wheat from Ukraine or Russia. 18 of those import more than half. If the war drags on, many countries can face immediate food shortages, and we will all be affected by the rising food prices. And that's why we're discussing with the WFP and OCHA how to move forward on the passage of ships carrying grain out of Ukraine. Excellencies, ongoing armed conflicts are a major cause of the current risks of the famine. Global food insecurity in return is planting the seeds for destabilization and unrest across the globe. We need to find ways to break this vicious circle. First, we need to pursue all possible avenues of diplomacy to prevent and end armed conflicts. Our trademark role as Turkey in mediation for peace aims to do just that. Second, we need to respond to the humanitarian needs, including effective measures to combat conflict-driven food insecurity. This requires respect for humanitarian law and unhindered humanitarian assistance. Third, we need to ensure transparency on agricultural commodity flows and combat protectionism. Preventing speculative food prices and marketing and trade and supporting the continuation of supply chains will be essential. Fourth, we must strengthen the agricultural capabilities of countries facing hunger. One way is to leverage science and technology to innovate our way out of the food insecurity. Fifth, the international community must place global food security at the top of their agenda, and that is why we welcome today's initiative. We welcome and co-signed the new global initiative that the US has launched yesterday. We will continue to back inclusive and multilateral efforts in finding solutions to the worsening crisis. We have been supportive of the G20 Matera Declaration, as well as the Food Systems Summit. We also welcome the Global Crisis Response Group on Food Security, Energy and Finance established by the Secretary General. Finally, we support the strengthening of financial and in-kind assistance mechanisms to vulnerable countries and conflict areas. Yesterday, Mr. President, Minister Çavuşoğlu announced a package of measures in support of the global food security call to action. Turkey will continue to work for strengthening peace and eradicating global food insecurity. We look forward to working with our partners in delivering what needs to be delivered as the international community. I thank you.
Thank the representative of Turkey for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Allow me at first to express deep appreciation to the initiative of the United States as the current President of the Security Council this month to hold this high-level open debate on conflict and food security. Egypt is fully cognizant of the severe impacts that hunger and failure to achieve food security pose on human livelihood, as well as contribute to increase the risk of conflict, especially in countries who suffer from economic vulnerability. Hence, we stress on the strong and deep linkage between food security and conflict. Mr. President, the world is currently witnessing an unprecedented food insecurity crisis that is a result of our failure to achieve SDG 2 to end hunger. This was exacerbated by the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic as well as conflicts. Failure to achieve food security and end hunger will pose a threat to security and stability of countries and will further fuel ongoing conflicts. The challenges of achieving food security are further deepened by other factors, such as the ongoing impacts of climate that exacerbate risks related to energy production, food security, availability of water, economic development, and social inequalities. Water scarcity in several regions in the world, especially in Africa, have severe manifestations on the activities of agriculture and the efforts to achieve food security. In light of the above, we would like to point to the following points. One, the importance of addressing the challenges facing countries affected by and emerging from conflict. Special attention should be paid to food security, providing health care to the civilian population based on the principles of international humanitarian law and in accordance with national sovereignty. Also, it is important to ensure access of food aid to the civilian population in conflict areas and protecting them from the risk of famine, including, in this regard, the provision of food for the forced displaced persons. We would also stress in this regard on the responsibility of the United Nations Security Council to protect civilians at risk from armed conflicts, including the risk of famine. Two, the importance of the United Nations system, including Security Council developing a proactive approach that enhances early warning capabilities to monitor the region that are most vulnerable to famine resulting from armed conflict. In this connection, we would like to highlight the importance of UN Security Council 2417, which requested the Secretary General to report swiftly to the Council when the risk of conflict-induced famine and widespread food insecurity in armed conflict context occurs. Three, I would like to highlight that Egypt is the most densely populated water-scarce country in the world. Currently, water scarcity affects 2.5 billion people around the globe, and it's expected that climate change will result in putting half of the world population under severe water stress conditions in 2050. Moreover, water scarcity could displace up to 700 million people by 2030. These figures are a clear proof of the negative impacts of water scarcity on peace and security, achieving sustainable development and fulfilling human rights. In this context, we urge the international community to address the needs of the most vulnerable water-scarce countries and promote transboundary cooperation in accordance with the applicable international law to preserve water for life, agriculture, peace and security. Four, food security and conflict must be addressed in a holistic and comprehensive approach that takes into consideration the humanitarian and development factors. Immediate action must be taken to alleviate hunger while also implementing plans to assist developing countries, especially net food importing developing countries, in achieving food security through sustainable agriculture. Mr. President, in conclusion, we would like to stress on the urgency to address the challenges of food security and its direct linkage to conflicts in a comprehensive approach that aims at its core to achieve the sustainable development of the developing countries while ensuring their stability and prosperity. on the other hand. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Egypt for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank the Secretary of State, Mr. Antony Blinken, for having presided over this important meeting on conflict and food security during the presidency of the United States of America of the Security Council. The interest that the Kingdom of Morocco focuses on the question of international peace and security and the eradication of hunger and the promotion of sustainable agriculture emanates from an in-depth awareness of the challenges posed by food insecurity throughout the world, as well as in Africa in particular. And this is explicitly stipulated in Resolution 2417 on conflict and food insecurity. Presently, more than 800 million people throughout the world suffer every day from chronic malnutrition. 1 out of 5 individuals are believed to be afflicted by malnutrition in Africa. This amounts to more than 281 million Africans. In 30 years, Africa will have to feed double its current population. Unfortunately, the continent continues to import more than $43 billion of net food products per year, and thereby continues to rely on imports to feed our growing population. Food insecurity is exacerbated by the adverse consequences of COVID-19, by climate change, as well as by armed conflict, which has a real impact on food provision change at the global scale. This situation has resulted in growing prices in international markets and has major consequences on stability in most vulnerable countries, insofar as scarcity of resources and sudden price increases for food items foments social woes. A sustainable change in the global food and agricultural system is necessary if we wish to be in a position to feed 800 million people who suffer from hunger today and the 2 billion additional people who will be undernourished, malnourished by 2015. It is also our responsibility to prevent conflict, which may break out as a consequence of hunger and disruptions in food provision chains. In this regard, we have always invested in agriculture, specifically through South-South cooperation in Africa, which has more than half of the world's non-cultivated arable lands. Pursuant to the royal instructions of His Majesty the King, my country has continued to shore up our development strategy entitled Green Morocco Plan. This was launched more than a decade ago. Food insecurity is a strategic priority for Morocco, and food insecurity lies at the heart of our new development model for the period up until 2035. A series of sectoral strategies, specifically Generation Green 2020 to 2030 and the National Blue Economy Strategy, buttress this ambition. Moreover, Africa has a young population and a vast continental market of more than 1 billion people. In this regard, we support the African Free Exchange Zone. This has the potential to stimulate food product exchange among African countries at the lowest cost, as well as to raise farmers' revenues, to foster agro-industry, and to build agricultural industry in Africa. The Moroccan approach heralds an integrated approach, that of rural socioeconomic development, investment in agriculture, and these are sectors which generate tremendous opportunities for wealth creation and for employment for young people and women. In order to shore up resilience, there's a vital need to invest in sustainable food systems, to foster new opportunities for female farmers and young people in this sector. Strengthening the agricultural sector can generate employment, strengthen independence, stimulate local production, and ensure food security and sovereignty within each national context. In this regard, Morocco has signed more than 38 agreements and conventions in the agricultural area with 18 brotherly African countries. We have recently launched partnerships with Ethiopia and Nigeria for the production of natural fertilizers. This stands as a testament to this. We've initiated in-depth triangular cooperation with support from FAO, and a number of tripartite agreements were signed in this regard, specifically with Mali, Senegal, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Eswatini, and Cameroon. It is also in the same vein that during COP22 an initiative was launched, the AAA initiative for adaptation of African agriculture to climate change. This initiative has supported to date at the 7 countries in Africa at least, and enjoys support from 25 African countries, as well as the UNFCCC and FAO. The Triple S initiative was launched in 2016 with Senegal. The key of this is to support sustainability, stability, and security in Africa through agriculture. More recently, Morocco and the United Nations jointly organized a regional dialogue on Africa with the UN Food Summit, bringing together more than 40 African ministers to shed light on priorities, opportunities, and action paths for a successful transformation of food systems in Africa in a manner that reflects the constrained global context. Morocco remains convinced that innovative partnerships in this area can help to deepen and build valuable synergies. Cooperation between the United Nations and member states, as well as with the private sector, is vital if we wish to achieve this goal. It is through innovative, inclusive partnerships that we can aspire to eradicate hunger throughout the world, strengthen agricultural sovereignty within countries, generate quality food locally, and effectively tackle multiple and interdependent challenges of food insecurity, peace, and international security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Morocco for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, food insecurity and conflict are inextricably linked. Disruption in supply chains, mass displacements of people, increased pressure on limited natural and economic resources, and decreased resilience of affected populations constitute long-term effects of conflicts. According to the Global Report on Food Crises for 2022, acute food insecurity has increased significantly over the last 6 years. In 2021, nearly 193 million people in 53 countries were acutely food insecure and in need of immediate assistance. This included nearly 40 million people in 36 countries who were in emergency or worse conditions. According to the same report, conflict is still the leading cause of food insecurity for 139 million people in 24 countries who faced a crisis or worsening conditions in 2021. These figures point to a rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation around the world. Food insecurity, climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the negative effects of various international conflicts all affect many countries, including Iran, which has also been suffering from the United States sanctions for more than 4 decades. Furthermore, hosting several million refugees have put a strain on Iran's economy, including its food supply. It is incumbent upon the UN, the international community, and international donors to honor their commitments and provide refugees based in Iran with the required technical and financial assistance. Mr. President, the entire world is being affected by food shortages. However, there is no doubt that Africa is suffering very much from food insecurity. Let me say a few words about the situation of food security in our region. In Afghanistan, there are 22 million people who are food insecure and in desperate need of assistance. Iran is collaborating with international organizations to address Afghanistan's specific food security situation. Under the current challenging circumstances, the international community is expected to assist the Afghan people in overcoming current difficulties. In another hotspot in our region, in early 2022, acute food insecurity in Yemen worsened, with an 8% increase in the number of people in need compared to early 2021. Equally important is the humanitarian situation in Palestine, which has deteriorated due to decades of occupation and apartheid policies by the Israeli regime. The illegal blockade of Gaza, which severely limits the Palestinian people's right to food, must be lifted as soon as possible. In Syria, continuing occupation, terrorism and unilateral sanctions have displaced millions of people, disrupted trade and the supply of food and agricultural inputs, damaged infrastructures, and limited access to vital resources. Mr. President, unilateral coercive measures violate basic human rights, including the right to food, resulting in food insecurity. Unfortunately, certain states continue to use these unlawful actions prohibited under international humanitarian law as a weapon to starve the population of the targeted countries. We believe that food supply and chain processes must not be disrupted in any way, even during armed conflicts. In this context, full adherence to international law, particularly the 1949 Geneva Conventions, is essential. Furthermore, the UN sanctions should not be imposed in such a way to jeopardize the global food security. All parties to a conflict must respect and protect all medical and humanitarian personnel. When providing humanitarian assistance, the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence must also be observed. Finally, we support the United Nations efforts and leadership in addressing the problems related to food insecurity, and we stand ready to assist in these efforts. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Mr. President, and special thanks for convening this timely open debate on conflict and food security. The growing attention being paid to this issue is indeed justified. Food insecurity is at an all-time high, and the number of people requiring urgent life-saving food assistance is rising alarmingly. On a planet where we have enough food to feed everyone, last year 193 million people were considered as being in crisis or as having a more serious designation by the Food and Agriculture Organization. Liechtenstein is particularly concerned about so-called hunger hotspots, including Yemen, Nigeria, South Sudan, and Ethiopia, as well as the many countries at risk of an acute hunger crisis. Without concerted action, the devastating impact of hunger will soon be felt by millions more people. The war in Ukraine continues to have devastating humanitarian consequences, not only for the people of Ukraine and of the region, but indeed around the globe. The people of Ukraine, one of the world's largest food producers, have seen their lives and livelihood destroyed. And although Ukraine's grain silos are full, as reported by the World Food Programme, their supplies cannot reach the millions of people worldwide who depend on them. We appreciate the efforts of the Secretary General and the G7 to highlight the urgency of the issue and hope for a solution that unblocks food supplies while guaranteeing the safety of the port of Odessa. In addition to this acute crisis, the massive displacement and destruction of infrastructure, as well as rising grain and fertilizer prices, are disrupting Ukraine's planting season, which will lead to even more catastrophic food shortages in the future. The unprovoked, unacceptable aggression against Ukraine must end immediately, and the relevant General Assembly resolutions must be implemented, including with regard to the immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of Russian military forces from the territory of Ukraine as a matter of urgent priority. Mr. President, food insecurity is also a crisis in the area of protection of civilians. While hunger is an appalling side effect of many armed conflicts, it is in fact often not just this. Starving people, and in particular civilian populations, into submission has become a shocking pattern of warfare. The intentional starvation of civilians is a grave violation of international humanitarian law and must be prosecuted as a war crime, including through the International Criminal Court. Mr. President, the challenges the world faces today, food insecurity, climate disaster, displacement, and conflict, are interconnected. Their causes and effects are interlaced and felt widely. Without immediate actions to address human contributions to climate change, extreme weather events will become even more frequent and bring further disruptions to the global food supply, displacement, and social and political instability. Relevant UN bodies and agencies must work together closely to reverse these trends. We welcome the establishment of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance and the publication of its first brief. However, more holistic action to uphold human security is needed by the international community. This is the time to work together urgently to ensure no one starves today and to achieve zero hunger by 2030 in line with the SDGs. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, this debate takes place in a particular setting as the month of May marks the 4th anniversary of Council's adoption of the Resolution 2417. This resolution not only recognized the link between armed conflict and conflict-induced food insecurity during the threat of famine, but also enabled the Council with tools to respond and act when conflict-induced famine or risk of famine is taking place. Sadly, this is also the time that we observe a sharp increase in global food insecurity, a trend that threatens to destabilize even further already fragile societies, exacerbates armed conflicts as well as regional and global instability. We would therefore like to thank the Presidency and the members of the Security Council for bringing the topic of conflict and hunger on the agenda of the Security Council today. Alarming reports from the UN system as well as the civil society highlight the need for the international community to act and to reverse the current trends, which could turn out to be one of the most food insecure years on the global scale. Food systems are complex and interconnected depending on a variety of factors, including the environmental, social, economic and political surroundings, as well as rising number of severe and protracted conflicts like those in the DRC, Nigeria, Haiti, Yemen, Afghanistan and other places to name a few. Furthermore, the unprovoked Russian military aggression against Ukraine introduces yet another layer of extreme food insecurity on a global level, and it's crucial that this aggression ends as soon as possible. At the beginning of April, FAO estimated that the potential direct damage to Ukrainian agriculture assets was around $6.4 billion. These damages to Ukraine's agricultural capacities are increasing by the day. Slovenia is deeply concerned over the Russian blockade of Ukrainian ports that prevents vital shipments of agricultural products from Ukraine. As a result, millions of people around the world who are already experienced dire circumstances will also face shattering consequences of food insecurity. Slovenia is ready to assist in considerations of alternative logistics routes for the export of agricultural products from Ukraine. Remembering the words of the Secretary General, if you don't feed the people, you feed conflict. It's our hope that the international community will act together in order to halt and reverse global food insecurity and to prevent even further destabilization of fragile environments, with the most vulnerable, including women and girls, often suffering the most. In this context, we welcome the efforts by G7, G20 and FAO. Slovenia is actively supporting the variety of measures and help provided by the European Union and its member states. We also support the whole UN approach when discussing the causes and impacts of food insecurity. Each UN body has a specific role to play in solving this complex challenge. Improved coordination and response system, better data and decision-making processes, as well as a strengthened multi-stakeholder partnership are our collective task. Inclusion of the civil society can help not only to better understand the local context, but also help finding better solutions. So can capacity and resilience building among the vulnerable. Immediate help to the most vulnerable should go hand in hand with resilience building wherever possible. Mr. President, we will eventually all feel consequences of the current conditions on the food markets. Yet the least developed and low-income food-deficient countries, as well as persons in vulnerable situations, will probably bear the heaviest burden. Since 2014, Slovenia has doubled its contribution for food security. Addressing food insecurity and hunger presents a priority in our disaster risk reduction and resilience activities, as well as our humanitarian activities in general. We support the efforts by World Food Programme and FAO in protracted and under-financed humanitarian crisis in all regions, from Yemen and Afghanistan to Horn of Africa and Sahel. To conclude, Mr. President, Slovenia is a firm belief that effectively addressing the issue of hunger is a foundation for stability and peace. The interconnected nature of food security and fragile state of the current global system demands all of us to show solidarity and renew commitment to multilateralism. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sayyid Rais.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Security Council, At the outset, I would like to offer our deep appreciation and gratitude to the Presidency of the Council for selecting this topic on food security and conflict, which undoubtedly is of extreme importance due to the states of malnutrition and starvation resulting from conflict throughout the world. Millions of persons every day face the danger of famine in light of the absence of immediate measures, which further derails us from achieving SDG 2 to eliminate hunger by 2030. Mr. President, here I'd like to address to you and through you to the United States administration our extreme appreciation for the announcement of additional aid that will be offered to African states within the urgent and comprehensive food aid that it pledged to offer in order to alleviate the impact of the crisis in Ukraine on beneficiary countries, not to mention the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished delegates, the alarming reality, as indicated by the United Nations report on the status of food security and nutrition in 2021, confirmed that the past 10 years have witnessed a noticeable increase in conflicts and their severity, as well as climate impact and economic decline, which got worse because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that all of this has led to an increase in the levels of hunger and has undermined any of the progress that was made in eliminating any forms of malnutrition, especially in low and middle income states. This reality witnesses a discrepancy between one region and the other, and Africa is one of the most vulnerable states in that because most of its peoples are suffering from conflict and the related comorbidities, which made this the states of this continent among the countries whose populations have the highest rates of malnutrition, and this has been specified by the World Food Programme of the United Nations in the period between 2018 and 2020. This shows that malnutrition has become endemic in the region and requires a comprehensive approach. Moreover, the instability in the Sahel and the African Horn regions greatly impact the food security of the countries of these regions and their residents, and are the reason behind the increases in the food insecurity in these regions, as is attested to in the UN reports, because these conflicts not only impact agricultural productivity, but also impact the ability of institutions to deal with malnutrition and to deliver the necessary humanitarian aid to those who need it. Here, Algeria does not spare any effort in offering the necessary food aid to neighboring countries on the African Sahel, and we are implementing development projects that aim to improve the living conditions of the populations and guarantee their food security. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we must take comprehensive measures to de-link conflicts from food insecurity by guaranteeing the delivery of food to everyone and by dealing with the root causes behind food insecurity, especially those related to sustainable development and the elimination of poverty and strengthening the chains of productivity and supply. It is important while conflict makes combating starvation or hunger difficult, it also makes it more important. And I would like to underscore the following main elements. First, we must respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law in preventing food insecurity and famines while facilitating the safe and unobstructed access by humanitarian workers to those who need humanitarian assistance in accordance to Security Council Resolution 2417 of the year 2018. This resolution underscores the need to guarantee delivery of food products to areas of conflict. Therefore, civilians must not be deprived of humanitarian assistance and basic supplies while guaranteeing the necessary funding for humanitarian operations. Number 2, building a lasting peace through permanent solutions that put an end to the vicious cycles of violence that some states are experiencing, and in a manner that allows for constructing strong government bodies that are able to meet the basic needs of the population, especially in terms of nutrition that is necessary. A multi-sectoral approach to deal with malnutrition requires the actions of many sectors, including water, education, and healthcare, and requires a coordinated response between all of these sectors in order to deal with the main points of weakness and remedy them in a comprehensive and sustainable way. We must build partnerships to put an end to the increasing needs by giving a role to all stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society organizations, in order to alleviate the humanitarian burden imposed by crises and to deal with the elements that limit states' ability to guarantee food security. We must regulate local food and agriculture processes so that they become an engine for economic growth while giving them due attention and importance. And here we could build on the United Nations Summit on Food Systems of 2022, so that the recommendations by that summit could be a means to establish stronger and more resilient food systems that take into consideration the idiosyncrasies of every state and guarantee collective food security. We must support developing countries, especially those in conflict areas, by offering them funding, technology assistance, and building capacities in order to enhance their food production abilities and to achieve self-sustenance as much as possible as a guarantor of security and stability. And finally, all must meet their pledges to fight the impact of climate change as one of the main causes of food insecurity throughout the world, and are directly linked to it. Therefore, it is important to implement all the obligations stemming from the Paris Accord, and we must enhance the capacities of countries, especially developing ones, to deal with the impacts of climate change and achieve food security. In closing, Mr. President, we believe that the only path to de-link conflict and food insecurity lies in putting an end to crises and achieving sustainable development, as has been stipulated by the 2030 Agenda, especially SDG 2, which is eliminating hunger. We call on this esteemed Council to work more closely with the General Assembly and the ECOSOC to further promote humanitarian solutions that meet the basic needs of persons in situations of conflict. And we also ask for a comprehensive approach to deal with the real and root causes of these conflicts so that the United Nations could achieve its higher goals to serve peace and sustainable development. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you. Mr. President, Malta thanks the United States for organizing this timely debate on conflict and food security. We also thank Ireland for organizing the ARIA Formula meeting in April. This also gave us another opportunity to discuss this important matter. We are firm in our belief that the Council must continue to give this issue the attention it deserves. Mr. President, as you have seen in various conflict areas around the globe, conflict has grave and lasting consequences on food security. This, compounded with the COVID-19 pandemic and the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events resulting from climate change, can lead to serious long-term repercussions, which can also spill over to other countries of the region and beyond. Food insecurity reinforces and exposes inequalities that exist among and within populations. up to 811 million people are known to be undernourished, with 60% of the world's most hungry living in areas of conflict. This year alone may exhibit an additional increase of 13.1 million undernourished people as a result of war. A look at the situation in Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, and Haiti clearly illustrates the gravity and urgency of the situation. Food insecurity also highlights the evident disproportionate impacts borne by women and girls, especially in agricultural areas where rural women account for nearly half the agricultural workforce in developing countries. Furthermore, it is not uncommon for children to find themselves becoming the head of the household and take responsibility to acquire food and water, which may be extremely challenging also due to security issues. The unjustified and unprovoked aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine continues to negatively impact food systems worldwide, with alarmingly cascading impacts on import-dependent countries. The sharp and sudden increase in the price of staple commodities threatens our collective goals towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, particularly SDG Goal 2, and more broadly, the survival and livelihood of millions of people worldwide. Mr. President, Malta is committed to coordinating efforts in mitigating the current food crisis, which is why we welcome the recent establishment of the UN Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance upon initiative of the Secretary General. We believe that multilateralism, accompanied by a multi-stakeholder approach, is our best option. Let us recall the importance of Security Council Resolutions 2417 and 2573 to ensure that the narrative on the nexus between conflict and hunger remains on our agenda. These tools must also be supported by our commitment and political will based on the most up-to-date data and evidence-based policy recommendations. Should Malta be entrusted to serve as an elected member of the Security Council in 2023 and 2024, we will continue to stress the importance of slowing and reversing the consequences of global food insecurity, especially in fragile communities and conflict-affected countries. We will also continue to call on all parties in conflict areas to ensure the rapid and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid, including food, to those in need. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ecuador is particularly grateful that under your current presidency you decided to organize this meeting in an open and inclusive format that allows us as interested delegations to contribute in the debate convened within the agenda of the maintenance of international peace and security, but which is at the same time framed in efforts to protect civilians, on which this Council will focus next week. During the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, which was held in Quito from March 28th to April 1st, the Director General of the FAO warned about the increase in hunger and food insecurity in my region. And this brings me to an issue that requires further efforts on the part of this Council. According to the Secretary General's report S/2022/117 of February 15, 2022, this year more than 40% of Haitians will need humanitarian assistance. 4.4 million are experiencing food insecurity, and more than 19,000 people are displaced by gang violence. This contrasts with the last report on peace building, which reflected a decline in official development assistance. That same report recognized that food insecurity caused by conflict and hunger are the main factors driving humanitarian needs, and that according to estimates by the Office of the High Commissioner for Refugees, 84 million people have been forcibly displaced by violence and conflicts. Biodiversity loss, desertification, and drought also exacerbate food insecurity. And since these factors are interrelated, they require a coordinated international response with the participation of the United Nations system, member states, and other interested stakeholders. Ecuador continues to be concerned about the situation in Yemen, Syria, and South Sudan, just to cite a few examples. On the 11th of March last year, the COVID-19 pandemic was one more ingredient in the problems and in the discussions of this Council due to its global impact. And despite the expectations of mankind known as awakening consciousness and the call of the Secretary General for a global ceasefire, protracted conflicts and new conflicts continue to worsen food security around the world. At the 11th Special Emergency Session of the General Assembly, with Resolution 11/2 on the humanitarian consequences of the aggression against Ukraine, we recalled the link between conflict and the risk of famine. We underscored that food insecurity can cause forced displacement and that, conversely, forced displacement in countries in armed conflict can have devastating effects on agricultural production and livelihoods. Military aggression against Ukraine has had repercussions on the increasing of food insecurity, and its consequences are also being felt in Ecuador. We appeal for this and all conflicts to end. We condemn and reject the practice of imposing hunger on civilians as a means of war. We reiterate the importance of protecting civilians in armed conflict in light of the declaration of the Security Council President on the 29th of April 2020 and Resolution 2417, the fourth anniversary of which will be celebrated on the 24th of May. As civilian protection and the maintenance of peace are two key aims for Ecuador in the Security Council, in which we hope to occupy a post as a elected member in 2023 to 2024, we will seek to grant the issue of hunger and food security a priority. We'll seek to make it a priority. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for his statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Fiji.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to deliver this statement on behalf of 14 member states of the Pacific Island Forum with presence here at the United Nations. I extend Pacific Island Forum member states' appreciation to U.S. and Secretary of State Honorable Antony Blinken for convening and chairing this high-level open debate, and to our esteemed briefers from FAO and from WFP for their excellent contributions this morning. The invasion of Ukraine has fueled a grave humanitarian crisis. It has added dangerous level of pressure on global food markets, which were already struggling with soaring prices, supply chain disruptions, and an uneven recovery from the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Our blue Pacific continent, from which we are all members, already face substantially increased fuel, fertilizer, food price hikes. All these are contributing to a growing problem of food shortages. A prolonged conflict will derail a tenuous economic recovery and are a significant threat to our sustainable development efforts. Most Pacific Island countries are importers of food and energy. A rise in price of both place significant hardships on families and communities who are suffering from the impacts of COVID-19 and recent disasters, and those who have, especially those who have lost jobs and livelihoods during the pandemic. A conflict in Ukraine exacerbates supply chain disruptions. Relentless increases in energy prices, shipping, and manufacturing costs hit small island states especially hard. Tonga, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, and several other Pacific countries have increased the prices of fuel and essential food products several times over since the start of this conflict. But this hurts Pacific Island countries in another way. Increased transportation and fuel costs impact on their fisheries, on which many Pacific countries rely heavily on for food security and their economic development. The Western and Central Pacific Ocean accounts for nearly 60% of the global tuna catch, around 2/3 of which is taken from the waters of the Forum member countries, on behalf of whom I'm presenting this, contributing significantly to the diets of people in other parts of the world as well, and are a critical part of our island economies. Our primary concern must remain the cessation of hostilities in Ukraine, safe and unhindered humanitarian access to affected areas, and the urgent withdrawal of military forces in accordance with internationally recognized borders. We must make every effort to promote resiliency in global food supply networks. In doing so, we can afford to limit resources and attention from other major challenges, including COVID-19 recovery and climate change, which remains the single gravest threat to livelihoods and security of Pacific Island peoples. Excellencies, allow me to make a few remarks in my national capacity as the permanent rep for Fiji. The world faces a volatile cocktail of COVID, climate, and food crisis. Skyrocketing prices of essential items is a gut punch to our import-dependent island state. The war in Ukraine has an intense impact on small island states such as ours. And all this comes at a time when we are struggling with the devastating impacts of climate change and COVID-19. Since signing the Paris Agreement, Fiji has faced 14 cyclones that have collectively wiped off close to 50% of our GDP and decimated livelihoods of a large proportion of our population. We have used every fiscal resource we can muster to respond to these challenges. The global food crisis exposes what we have known for a long time as well, that global financial architecture is largely broken. It does not work for SIDS. We need a global financial architecture that has the ability to respond on speed and scale to a global crisis such as the one we are discussing this afternoon. Sadly, Mr. President, we are also witnessing fractures that were similar to what we saw in early phase of COVID-19, when many countries locked in supplies and prohibited exports and added a slew of restrictive trade practices. These, again, impact on small states the hardest. As a reminder on climate change, even at 1.2 Celsius degree increase where we are now, large food exporters are facing devastating heat waves that is impacting adversely on food exports. We have been calling on the Security Council and global community that temperature rise beyond 1.5 Celsius threatens global food supply, and increases beyond that may lead to irreversible changes in food security. During earlier discussions on climate change and security, many countries have argued that there's growing evidence that repeated climate catastrophes are transforming stable regions into those that face heightened instability and fragility. We are witnessing new threats to peace and security, and this one comes from food. How the UN Security Council takes forward the advice of so many member states will shape how well and how substantially the world can respond to the more diverse security threats. Mr. President and Excellencies, the UN cannot allow and must not accept the weaponization of food that is underway. This needs to be called out and condemned. Unfair trade practices that restricts a country's ability to access food and other essential commodities needs to be called out. We support the Secretary General's efforts through the Global Crisis Response Group. We hope and expect that it will lead to a substantial, speedy, and coherent global response on scale that is needed to respond to this most urgent challenge of our times. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Fiji for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Olaf Skog, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Conflict remains the main driver of food insecurity. Russia's war against Ukraine has caused an unprecedented surge in global food prices on top of the already devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. It is therefore crucial to put an end to Russia's aggression and to the suffering of the Ukrainian people also as a means to avoid the consequences of a protracted war on global food security. And let's be clear, blaming sanctions for increased global food prices is a weak attempt to conceal the truth and divert action from where it is needed. Our sanctions target the Kremlin's ability to finance the aggression against Ukraine and its people, and they're carefully crafted so as not to affect the agricultural sector. What we heard today from Russia about some grain for weapons scheme by the West is yet another item to add to a long list of disinformation. Mr. President, now more than ever, it's time to show solidarity. The world can count on the EU's support. Whenever and wherever our solidarity is needed, we will deliver. We support the work led by the UN Global Response Crisis Group on food, energy and finance, and our 27 member states have co-sponsored the UN resolution on food security tabled by Lebanon to draw the attention of the international community to the food crisis and identify ways to address it. We have undertaken a number of short and medium-term actions to alleviate food insecurity. First, we're doing everything in our power to ease the pressure on global food markets. Last week, we launched an action plan on EU-Ukraine solidarity lanes to create alternative logistic routes and make sure that much-needed grains can be exported from Ukraine to the rest of the world, as the Black Sea routes remain blocked by the aggressor. All alternative transport modes are being mobilized to maximum capacity. We support all efforts aiming at finding ways to unblock the sea roads. Restoring well-functioning markets is also key. Within the G7, we have committed to keeping our food and agricultural markets open, and we urge other large producing countries to do the same. We advocate against export restrictions and for an open, transparent and predictable trade environment. Second, we are ramping up our humanitarian assistance. Our responses are tailored to country and regional needs. In our efforts to help, we must ensure that local production and livelihoods are safeguarded. This is why, where feasible, we prefer cash-based programs over shipping food from other areas. In April, we pledged over €1 billion to address food insecurity in the Sahel and the Lake Chad regions, and €644 million to address acute food insecurity and strengthen resilience in the Horn of Africa. For our southern neighborhood partners, the EU foresees nearly €1 billion in grants to strengthen food security and social protection. Food affordability is another short-term priority, especially for middle-income and low-income countries. 60% of them are already in debt distress or at high risk of distress, and the impact of the war in Ukraine on food and commodity prices will further exacerbate this trend. Thus, the need to urgently identify solutions to address their situation. The EU response will support the fiscal and macroeconomic stability of these countries and prop up their international reserves to enable them to pay for crucial food and energy imports, while providing the fiscal means and capacity to put in place adequate social transfers. More specifically, we are looking at the rechanneling of advanced economy special drawing rights, making use of existing IMF's instruments. Third, in the medium and long term, we are supporting countries in transforming towards resilient and sustainable agricultural and aquatic food systems. As part of the Agenda 2030 objectives, the EU will invest in family farmers and small-scale food actors, local and regional supply chains and ecosystem-based approaches. We all have to step up our humanitarian assistance, but humanitarian aid alone is not a sustainable solution. It is an emergency step. For the long-term recovery, EU's development aid is ready to pick up the baton and address the root causes of food insecurity. The EU Green Deal and our farm-to-fork and biodiversity strategies continue to guide our response. In conclusion, Mr. President, I want to stress again that the world can continue to count on our support. Our actions are anchored in the multilateral system. We strongly support the UN's leadership to respond to the global food security crisis in a comprehensive way. Together with our partners, we will continue to ensure a coordinated and unified response. I thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Skoog for his statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Cyprus.
Mr. President, My delegation is thankful for this timely debate on the issue of conflict and food security, and will make some remarks over and above those of the European Union. While the conflict-hunger nexus is a long-standing one, with millions having been affected for decades by hunger resulting from conflict, the FAO and the WFP report a significant increase in acute food insecurity in recent years, confirming at the same time that conflict is its main driver. The challenge before us is two-pronged. Firstly, hunger that threatens civilians in armed conflict, including as a warfare tactic, and secondly, hunger affecting populations beyond a particular conflict situation due to the disruptions of the food production and supply chains caused by that conflict. Through its resolution 2417 in 2018, the Council condemned starvation as a weapon of war, reflecting the relevant obligation of states under international humanitarian law, while other related developments included the 2019 amendment of the Rome Statute, rendering the intentional use of starvation of civilians to be a war crime in non-international conflict as well. The second challenge remains unaddressed. The conflict in Ukraine, in addition to affecting its own population, has exacerbated food shortages in other conflict and non-conflict situations. It comes on the heels of the disruptions caused by a severe pandemic and the worsening impact of climate change, compounding disruptions in the supply chains and increasing pressure on natural resources. In the first instance, the Council must act to stop this conflict and to ensure that its humanitarian impact on other conflicts is not exacerbated and that the food insecurity it generates does not create new conflicts or unrest. Given the significant reliance on Ukraine's grain and wheat, we support the efforts to reintegrate its agricultural production in the world markets to the benefit of the producing country and the populations most at risk. Our planning, however, must incorporate solutions for a scenario in which food production comes to a halt as a result of conflict, something that cannot be excluded. Contingency planning could also seek to align grain stocks with country needs, with particular allocations made to existing conflicts afflicted by food crisis. In addition, the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance, whose establishment and work we welcome, could go beyond the task of alleviating the current crisis and extrapolate lessons learned to create a blueprint for a comprehensive strategy to prevent and tackle similar situations. The analysis of the group that 1.7 billion people live in countries whose economies are severely exposed to at least one of the three crises, food, energy, finance, shows how precarious the global situation is. The fact that a third of these people are already poor and 215 million are already undernourished points to a particular failure to account for multiple vulnerabilities. We therefore support the global call for collective action on food security based on solidarity and the prevalence of humanism in international cooperation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Cyprus for his statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President. While aligning itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, Italy would like to add a few remarks in its national capacity. We appreciate the initiative of the U.S. presidency to convene this open debate at a time of increased food insecurity, aggravated by the direct impact of conflicts, and now in particular by Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, with its clear global effects on the food security of so many countries in the most vulnerable regions of the world. After decades of promising trends, progress towards SDG 2 on zero hunger has reversed, and we are now seeing millions of people more affected by food insecurity, hunger and famine. We are far from reaching the zero hunger goal, and we need urgent action to reverse the trend and preserve our 2030 horizon. Today, against a pre-existing, incredibly fragile global context, challenged by the effects of the pandemic, of climate change, and extreme weather conditions on food systems, Russia's war against Ukraine is posing an extraordinary and additional threat to global food security. The impact of the war on global food supply chains is now directly threatening at least 50 million people in the most vulnerable countries, without accounting the wider effects of record high prices of food in the global markets. This situation requires urgent and decisive action on multiple fronts. First, we need to ensure that food currently blocked in Ukraine can flow and can reach its destinations, especially in Africa, the Mediterranean, and Central Asia. The blockade of the ports, such as the port of Odessa, is a matter of very serious concern, and we need to find urgently cooperative solutions to ensure safe passage of food to the world. We condemn the attack on key infrastructures, looting of food destined abroad, and attacks on agriculture and any civilian facilities. Italy calls for and supports the creation of food corridors to be agreed among parties with the United Nations support and coordination, including in the context of the UN Global Crisis Response Group, in order to allow maritime and land routes to work and deliver in the interests of millions of people. In the same vein, we support the initiative of the European Commission to establish solidarity lanes in order to facilitate the shipping of Ukrainian goods to the rest of the world by using alternative routes through EU member states. To starve more millions of people in the world, to risk further socioeconomic disruption or destabilization of fragile countries and regions is in no one's interest. Mr. President, food security remains a fundamental priority for Italy and a key objective of our foreign policy and international cooperation action. Yesterday, Italy's Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Luigi Di Maio, announced an additional financial contribution to the FAO and its food coalition to support Ukraine's food production capabilities. We also signed the roadmap for global food security call to action, in which we reaffirmed the commitment to acting with urgency at scale and in concert to respond to the urgent food security needs. We are actively contributing to the G7 initiative for a global alliance for food security, building also on pledges made at last year's UN Food System Summit, and focusing on supporting the most vulnerable countries, including in particular in Africa and in the Middle East. In this context, as announced yesterday, Italy is going to convene the next June 8 a Mediterranean ministerial dialogue on food crisis to engage all stakeholders and address the key vulnerabilities within the region. We also need to work for long-term, sustainable solutions and solve root causes of hunger and food insecurity. We need to forge effective partnerships with all stakeholders to address the short, medium, and long-term effects of food insecurity. We call on all the relevant UN organs and entities to increase action on food insecurity, in particular along the humanitarian development peace nexus, and in close synergy with the leading action of the Rome-based agencies. We will continue to support the UN system and its multilateral action at this complex and challenging juncture. We stand ready to intensify our collective work also in our capacity as the chair of the Group of Friends of Food Security and Nutrition here in New York. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Italy for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente. Mr. President, the issue being debated today suffers from a structural contradiction caused by those who actually convened it. There is a clear contradiction in raising the issue of growing global food insecurity while applying unilateral coercive measures against more than 20 member countries of this organization, which represent a third of the planet's population. It is not possible to propose solutions to the world food crisis and, at the same time, contravene the Charter of the United Nations and international law, threaten international peace and security, and violate the human rights of entire peoples, especially the right to food. Mr. President, unilateral coercive measures constitute a planned and deliberate violation of human and food rights. They are a policy of aggression that has worsened during the global economic recession and humanitarian emergency caused by COVID-19. These measures are also accompanied by a hostile maximum pressure strategy aimed at the economic suffocation and international isolation of states, all so that the greatest possible suffering worsens the living conditions of a population and generates internal upheaval that facilitates regime change within sovereign states. They are a tool of geopolitical domination to advance the selfish interests of a power bloc with global ambitions. Unilateral coercive measures are weapons of economic warfare that obstruct access to financial systems, literally steal the international reserves of entire nations, violate the supply chains of national and international food systems, and increase world food instability. Contrary to what the offending states affirm, food, medicine, and other essential goods are not exempt from the so-called sanctions, and the so-called humanitarian exemptions are actually non-existent and ineffective, as independent UN experts have recognized. In this context, we recall that the World Health Organization, at its second International Conference on Nutrition, recognized that, I quote, "Trade is a fundamental element to achieve food security and nutrition for all through a system of fair and market-oriented global trade." And it further reaffirmed, open quotes, the need to refrain from imposing measures that are not in line with international law, including the Charter of the United Nations, and that endanger food security and nutrition, close quotes. The adverse impact of unilateral coercive measures on world food security is therefore clear. Mr. President, many countries can help increase the stability of international food security if they are allowed to fully develop their capacities. Venezuela is one example of this. The African continent is another example. Africa is one of the most vulnerable continents in the current crisis and, at the same time, has enormous productive potential that could be unleashed under the right conditions. However, this is an impossible plan under the oppression of coercive measures. The reality is that today in Africa there are at least 8 countries included in the list of unilateral coercive measures illegally imposed by the government of the United States of America. It is not possible to promote the fight against hunger while at the same time punishing the economies of the most vulnerable countries to obtain geopolitical advantages, nor is it possible to purport to express concern about food security when at the same time food is ignored as an inalienable human right. Mr. President, climate change, economic crises, armed conflicts, and the COVID-19 pandemic are factors that exacerbate global food insecurity. The conflict in the Eastern European region is a new disturbing factor. The response to this new crisis must be to unleash the food production potential of the entire world, as well as to increase international trade so as to reduce the risk of food shortages in the coming months and years. However, in complete contradiction to that aim, the largest wave of unilateral coercive measures since the Second World War has instead been unleashed. The planned isolation of the Russian Federation, worsening the living conditions of its people with the aim of bringing about regime change, is an unacceptable proposal from every point of view, be it moral, legal, economic, rational, or simply human. But worse still, the coercion exerted on the rest of the world to prevent legal trade with Russia and cruelly sacrifice its population is not only illegal, but also imposes unacceptable risks on the food, social, and political security of hundreds of millions of people in developing countries. This is not the way to resolve the looming global food crisis. Mr. President, global food security is complex, and many steps must be taken to avoid the most pessimistic predictions. Thus, It is necessary to stress that any plan to face the food crisis that overlooks the destructive impact of unilateral coercive measures and that does not propose their complete and immediate elimination is neither sincere nor credible, and above all, it is doomed to failure. It will be a new maneuver to extract selfish national advantages from an international crisis. For all of these reasons, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela proposes the lifting of the unilateral coercive measures illegally imposed against members of the United Nations as an urgent step and as part of the global plan to be adopted to tackle the imminent food crisis that we are all going to suffer, either due to shortages or inflation. It's time to strengthen our national food systems as crucial cogs in a large global economic machine that allows access to capital, technology, energy, seeds, fertilizers, transport, and distribution in order to increase our capacities to resolve this new crisis. It is time for cooperation, solidarity, and joint action, without exception, to put an end to hunger in the world. Thank you very much.
In my role as President of the Council, I thank the representative of Venezuela for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union. I would like to express our appreciation to the United States for the timely organization of this open debate on an issue of global significance, namely food security. I would also like to thank all the briefers who, unfortunately, have painted a reality that is so devastating that it defies even the worst nightmares. The statistics on affected people are so shocking that they stop making sense. As it was highlighted, we have been facing the perfect storm, to use the words of the Executive Director Beasley, for a while now. Yemen, Sudan, Afghanistan, Syria, Ethiopia, the list is not exhaustive, have all been experiencing food insecurity and in some cases famine. Conflict, with all its devastating consequences, remains the key driver in exacerbating the food crisis, both as a cause and effect. Every conflict has disruptive effect on vital infrastructure, including on the agricultural infrastructure, limits the ability of people to move freely, to trade and to access markets, forces people to flee their homes, their livelihoods, and to abandon their land. Climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic have also significantly exacerbated food insecurity and have unfortunately left the most vulnerable furthest behind. Against that already bleak backdrop, the unprovoked, illegal and unjustified military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine has added a whole new dimension. In its war of choice, the Russian Federation has made food insecurity its weapon of choice. By blocking access to the ports, thus preventing exports of Ukrainian grain, it is effectively sentencing to hunger several hundred and is affecting the 700 million and is affected the livelihoods of 1.7 billion people globally, according to the report of the Global Crisis Response Group. This should stop now. As an immediate step, it is essential that the Russian Federation lift the blockades of the ports so that Ukraine can export its grain and prepare for the next harvest. In this regard, we commend the Secretary General's efforts to ensure food corridors. More broadly, food insecurity should be tackled by means of a significant increase in investment in agriculture production. Innovation and technological advancements, coupled with the right allocation of resources, would make the agricultural sector more resilient. Supporting the most vulnerable is an essential element in fighting food insecurity. The speed and efficiency of emergency supplies to those at risk of hunger and malnutrition will determine whether political stability in many parts of the world will be maintained. And last but not least, underpinning the global effort to avert a food crisis should be a multi-stakeholder approach. We need civil society and the private sector to work alongside public authorities in addressing the challenges associated with food insecurity. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Bulgaria for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of the Council. We welcome the presidents of presence of His Excellency, the Secretary of State of the United States, we commend the initiative to convene this important meeting. We would like also to thank the Secretary General of the UN, the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, and the Director General of the FAO for their valuable participation. The factors affecting food security are multiple and varied. They include armed conflict and economic difficulty, the energy crisis, and the disruption of the supply chain as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to the effects of climate change. The effects of conflict are not limited to conflict areas, but they go beyond, especially in light of globalization in trade. Developing countries are vulnerable in cases of emergencies, and this leads in many cases to lower levels of food security. Currently, the number affected by food insecurity, in addition to other factors, including the energy crisis and the difficult financial conditions, currently stands at 69. Most of them are in the Arab region, where most of the population suffer from food insecurity in some cases. Mr. President, the State of Qatar is committed to its humanitarian responsibility to respond to food insecurity. Hence, we have directed much of our international humanitarian assistance to hunger and nutrition. This is done through cooperation with the UN, as we believe in the central role of the UN in addressing the crises, including food insecurity. Also, we believe that these efforts would have an impact that would alleviate the instability and the effect on peace and security. The Qatar Fund for Development in 2021 has signed an agreement with the World Food Programme to provide a financial contribution of $90 million to secure food assistance to more than 7 million people in need of food in the brotherly country of Yemen. In Afghanistan, the State of Qatar has contributed since August in the provision of urgent humanitarian aid, including food, through an air bridge from Qatar to Kabul, transporting hundreds of tons of aid. And we are currently working on the rehabilitation of the Kabul airport, which will contribute to facilitating the entry of food commodities. Mr. President, the government of Qatar has recognized the importance of ensuring food security and has given it the priority it deserves, both at the national and international levels. As a result of the deliberate and continued measures by the government, including significant investment in food research, agriculture policies, irrigation infrastructure, and market updates, as well as rehabilitation of roads, ports, strategic storage reserves as well. The State of Qatar has hence ranked highest in the Arab states in the World Food Security Index last year. And we have communicated this experience to other countries. In February, we have hosted the Strategic Goods and Food Safety Forum in cooperation with the Islamic Food Security Organization. At the international level and within the framework of the State of Qatar's commitment to cooperation and collective action to face common challenges, His Highness, the Emir of the State of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad, has launched an initiative to establish the Global Drylands Alliance, a mechanism aimed at filling gaps in research, strategies, and policies to enable dryland countries to achieve food security and to share knowledge and best practices to help develop the abilities of countries to prevent food crises and to exchange assistance. The alliance was concluded in Doha in 2017, and the UN General Assembly has granted the alliance the observer status, recognizing the need to address food insecurity worldwide. The fund and the Bill and Melinda Gates have announced a strategic partnership under the name GROW that invests in agriculture technology and tools that are able to adapt to climate change, to create flexible food markets and systems that would help to provide nutrition and income, as well as economic opportunity for small farmers and their communities in African countries. Up to $200 million have been pledged for targeted projects. Also, the fund has signed an agreement with the FAO to help Somalia improve its ability and resilience to climate change and take proactive and deliberate action to respond to crises. In conclusion, Mr. President, the State of Qatar will continue to give priority to contributing to addressing challenges affecting international peace and security, and the factors exacerbating humanitarian crises, including addressing the issue of food insecurity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Qatar for her comments and statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. President, we align ourselves with the statement delivered by the European Union. At the beginning of 2022, the world was facing manifold crises that hampered achievement of the 2030 Agenda and SDG 2, Zero Hunger. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed structural gaps within the global food system, and it pushed 161 million people into a situation of extreme poverty. Distortions within supply chains, an increase in demand for commodities, and an increase in public costs unleashed price inflation around the world. Added to that, we have local and regional crises such as protracted droughts, plagues of desert locusts, and an increase in violence, terrorism, and conflicts. The recent Russian war of aggression in Ukraine has exacerbated pre-existing crises, and it has had an impact on price rises for cereals, oils, and fertilizers. These essential Ukrainian products are of vital importance for third countries. Spain once again condemns in the strongest terms this unjustified aggression. Russia's actions are harming the international order, security, and the global economy. It's a priority to facilitate the export of Ukrainian agricultural products and support the economy of Ukraine in order to contribute to stabilizing the international agricultural market. And with that, global food security. This is vital for developing countries, particularly those that are dependent on around 50 to 75% of cereal imports from Ukraine and Russia. All the more so when FAO forecasts point to future additional increases in food prices of around 8 to 22%. Preventing speculative measures and a flare-up in protectionism, as well as ensuring an effective multilateral response to food insecurity, must therefore be a priority for all of us. Mr. President, famine is a huge-scale tragedy which reminds us of times that should be left in the past. A new crisis should not remove essential contributions from other forgotten and protracted crises. Food insecurity sparks social and economic tensions that drive up humanitarian needs. The case of the Sahel is a clear example of this. The number of people in situations of food insecurity has quadrupled in 3 years. Ethiopia, the area of Tigray, Nigeria, South Sudan, Syria, and Yemen, inter alia, are facing catastrophic levels of food insecurity due to armed conflict and violence. Mr. President, humanitarian action to respond to the food crisis must be based on the principles of neutrality, independence, impartiality, and humanity, without political conditions. In this context, allow me to recall the need to renew the cross-border assistance mechanism in Syria to alleviate the acute food needs of the population in the northwest of that country. Let us therefore prioritise cooperation projects related to food security and livelihoods. Spain's humanitarian action earmarked in 2021 more than 15 million euros for food needs in contexts such as the Sahel, Syria, Latin America and the Caribbean, Sahrawi refugee camps, all in support of the World Food Programme, also Action Against Hunger and the International Red Cross movement. The triple food, energy and financial crisis has led without doubt to a perfect storm which calls for the coordination of the humanitarian, development, peace and security pillars. The response group to this can do a great deal with emergency action to contribute to peace and to preserve the structural work to reinforce the agricultural sector in the least developed countries. Coordination with the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, among others, is fundamental. The same goes for reinforcing global governance for crises and coordinating responses through the World Committee for Food Security. The international community does have the necessary tools to revert these trends. Let us use them. Let us agree on global solutions. We must immediately support small producers and family farming using the instruments of the World Bank and the International Fund for Agricultural Development. We need to promote efficiency and innovation in the use of agricultural products and transform food systems to make them more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient to climate effects and less dependent on fertilizers. Mr. President, food insecurity and conflict represent a vicious cycle. The first worsens the second, and that in turn causes the first. Food insecurity continues to be used as a weapon of war in conflict, despite the fact that this contravenes basic rules of international humanitarian law. Famine caused by conflict deepens vulnerabilities and it entrenches cycles of violence, which was already recognized by Resolution 2417 of this Council. Spain supports the gathering of reliable and impartial data that provides the necessary evidence to ensure the appropriate implementation and compliance with this resolution. In closing, allow me to recall the importance of upholding the responsibility of all of those who violate international norms, not only as a means of prevention and pressure, but also the need to repair the harm caused to victims. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Spain for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Dominican Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the members of the Group of Friends of Action on Conflict and Hunger. Estonia, France, Germany, Ireland, Mexico, the Netherlands, Niger, Norway, Sweden, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and my own country, Dominican Republic. We would like to thank the United States for convening this meeting and our distinguished briefers for their presentations. As members of the Group of Friends of Action on Conflict and Hunger, we're committed to ensuring the issue of conflict and hunger remains high on the Security Council's agenda and beyond. In 2018, the Security Council showed clarity and solidarity by unanimously adopting Resolution 2417. The resolution underscored the imperative of the Security Council to address conflict-induced food insecurity, including famine. Resolution 2417 asked the Secretary General to report to the Council when the risk of conflict-induced famine and widespread food insecurity was taking place. While the threat to international peace and security caused by conflict-induced hunger has grown over the last year, the Council has not held an open debate on the topic since the U.S. presidency in March 2021. At that time, 139 million people were in food crisis. Today, according to the Global Report on Food Crisis in 2021, this number has jumped to 193 million, out of which around 40 million people are facing emergency level or worse conditions across 36 countries. 577,000 people are facing catastrophe level, starvation and death. With conflict and climate change already increasing the price of agricultural products and causing upheaval in global food supply chains, and with the world's most vulnerable economies recovering from COVID, Russia's aggression against Ukraine will exacerbate the already severe 2020 acute food insecurity and malnutrition forecasts, as highlighted in the recent report of the Secretary General's Global Crisis Response Group. We are deeply concerned that WFP reports highlights that food and oil price hikes are increasing its monthly operational costs by up to $71 million each a month when compared to 2019, effectively reducing its ability to respond to hunger crises around the world. In September 2020, the Council received a report and briefing triggered by Resolution 2419 concerning food security risks in Democratic Republic of the Congo, Yemen, Northeast Nigeria, and South Sudan. We're deeply concerned that over the last 18 months, the UN has not issued any follow-up report despite worsening conditions. The group of friends called for an update on the September 2020 White Note on food security risks and for a briefing of the Security Council by the Emergency Relief Coordinator with clear information on where the risk of conflict-induced famine and widespread food insecurity is taking place. We need to know the root causes of the recent deteriorations in levels of hunger driven by conflict, as well as who is blocking access and how in conflict settings. This needs to be followed by decisive action to spare civilians from the scourge of conflict and hunger and to hold those driving it accountable. We also call upon all parties to armed conflict to ensure the full, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access, to uphold international humanitarian law, and to protect the lives and livelihoods of all civilians, whoever they are, wherever they are. In addition, we welcome various international initiatives, such as the Food and Agriculture Resilience Mission, which is a robust operational roadmap to avoid further spikes in prices, to ensure market transparency, to enable a robust and efficient solidarity mechanism, and to enhance sustainable production. Mr. President, the current rise in conflict-induced famine and widespread food insecurity is a man-made, unjustified, and preventable tragedy. Let us act now before it is too late for too many, especially women and children. Thank you.
I would now like to say a few words in a national capacity. Ministers, delegates, I'd like to begin by thanking the United States for organizing such a timely debate. As we have heard today, we are facing a critical test. Evidence has shown time and time again that armed conflicts, violence, economic crises, and extreme climate events are undeniable drivers of food insecurity and risks to international peace. The Dominican Republic believes in multilateralism, in concerted action, and in respect for international law. That's why we're here today. The Dominican Republic believes in early intervention to mitigate the effects of conflict. To prevent famine, we not only need to adopt an inclusive approach towards policies and investments in food systems, but also to act urgently to build peace. This is a responsibility of this Council, but also of all member states of the organization. We stand ready to work closely with all those involved to promote the necessary and coherent global response to this enormous challenge. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the Dominican Republic for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we thank the United States, President of the Security Council, for the month for organizing this open debate. We also thank Mr. Beasley of WFP, Mr. Q Dongyu of FAO, and Ms. Sarah Menker of Grow Intelligence for their insightful briefings this morning. Mr. President, food insecurity is one of the biggest challenges to humanity, which requires collective efforts to tackle its clear and preventable causes. Conflict indeed undermines food security and exacerbates vulnerabilities, thereby curtailing the ability of people to have access to sufficient food for an active and healthy life. As underscored by many delegations, peace and security is a necessary condition to alleviate this challenge. In this regard, peaceful resolution of disputes and addressing the underlying cause of conflicts is imperative. If we are to provide sustainable solution to food insecurity,
The risk of global trade recovery and increase in the price of food should not be confused with a more embedded problem of food insecurity. We raise this important distinction in order to encourage a proper look at the broad spectrum of this grave problem by separating it from spontaneous incidents. Mr. President, with the rise in price of food, which is seriously straining our national capacity, we are compelled to have a serious introspection of its impact on our own national efforts of ensuring self-sufficiency and minimizing import dependency. We are confident that our tireless efforts and unwavering commitment to achieve our national development objective will enable us to attain these goals. But in a much larger scale, we believe the situation called for a concerted action towards improving production and productivity, rectifying the prevailing unbalanced international trade system, providing urgent debt relief, restructuring and cancellation, eradicating poverty, and fostering resilience to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. It is against this backdrop that I would like to underscore the following 3 brief points. First, while we recognize conflict as one of the factors contributing to food insecurity, we believe it is the primary manifestation of extreme poverty and underdevelopment. Accelerating economic growth and sustainable development and addressing the challenges surrounding the agriculture sector is extremely critical to overcome poverty and food insecurity and hence achieve the SDGs. Second, it goes without saying that we cannot bring about sustainable peace without development and development without sustainable peace. Tapping into our potentials through economic transformation is paramount to ensure sustainable development. Africa is a continent that is endowed with vast amount of land, water, and labor, the potential of which, if harnessed adequately and fully, feed not only its population but also the world. With the concerted national and regional efforts, supplemented by international support, to enhance our ongoing initiatives to invest in and utilize our natural resources for the benefit of our people, we can achieve this lofty objective. Third, fair international trade practices that yield sustainable development and encourage African countries to enhance their domestic food production is critical. We believe increasing productivity and production in the continent and strengthening intra-continental trade is imperative to make a dent in addressing food insecurity. In conclusion, Mr. President, while we should scale up our efforts towards resolution of conflicts, timely and adequate provision of humanitarian support to those in need of food assistance is also critical. This should be coupled with our collective efforts of committing to address the effects of climate change, which is causing huge calamities. Providing the necessary support to African countries in their efforts to adapt to and mitigate the effects of climate change is therefore extremely crucial. We believe that the debate on food security at the level of Security Council should take these important components into account if we have to enhance impact and achieve results in tackling food insecurity. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Ethiopia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Belarus.
Mr. President, the Republic of Belarus has always been attentive and responsible when it comes to the issue of food security. And this applies both at the national level and in the international context. Modern Belarus is fully self-sufficient when it comes to food production and also contributes sizably to international food production. And the things that stand in the way of ensuring food security are very well known. It's food waste, up to 40% in developed countries. It also has to do with the ineffective distribution system and an aggressive trade policy. And the first two categories are very complex issues, and they require time and coordinated efforts to be rectified, whereas the issues of trade policy in the context of food security is a quick and effective mechanism. And this is a kind of mechanism which unfortunately is frequently abused by countries when they introduce all kinds of sanctions and bans. The Secretary General, as well as a competent international bodies such as FAO, the World Food Program, WTO, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these organizations with one voice do talk about the nefarious effect the unilateral restrictions have, as well as sanctions. All of them impact the food security internationally negatively. In November 2021 already, the World Bank talked about the negative consequences stemming from the EU, US, UK, and Canada sanctions against Belarusian potassium fertilizer. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, has warned the international community many a time about the negative effects of sanctions against the Belarus-produced food and potash. And we have voiced this in front of the Security Council and also conveyed them to the Security Council and the General Assembly. But the sponsors of sanctions were not ready then, nor are they ready now, to listen to the international institutions or experts or representative of those countries where famine and malnutrition are a threat. As a result, the World Bank tells us that the agricultural prices in 2022 are 43% higher compared to last year, and each percentage point of increase on food will lead to additional 10 million people who will find themselves in abject poverty. Today, the Secretary General of the United Nations in this very room talked about the 30% increase on staple foods, and this is a direct threat to people in Africa and Middle East. We regret the fact that even under current conditions, the sponsors of restrictions are busy looking for reasons for introducing ever new sanctions, whilst in parallel using the conflict in Ukraine as a source for all of the reasons for the ills of mankind, forgetting about the many a conflict in other regions of the world. Long before the conflict in Ukraine, we remember a situation where Belarus had sanctions imposed against it because the West didn't like the outcome of our own presidential elections, and one of the reasons for them allegedly was the demand for sanctions from the people of Belarus. And it was said that the sanctions will bring in the freedom for the people of Belarus, because sanctions is freedom, sanctions liberate. We have heard these statements before, and at that time the word work was used instead of sanctions. It was said that work makes you free. And I am certain that this sentence, the sentence that was placed at the entrance to concentration camps organized by Nazis, is remembered by one and all in this room, and we certainly will never forget that. The sponsors of unilateral restrictions should give serious thought to their policies and to start rectifying it by giving up on their political prejudices. And we think that it is still time to, in our view, to make the right decisions. We agree with the appeal made by the Secretary General of the UN when he says that we need to give up on sanctions and reintegrate food production and fertilizer manufactured in Belarus into world markets. This will be an important step towards ensuring international food security. We stand ready, we in Belarus stand ready to work with all interested parties and consider any and all constructive proposal without any political preconditions or prejudices. We will continue doing everything possible to support what was started by the President of Belarus, namely a dialogue to make sure that the conflict in Ukraine ends as soon as possible. And we stand ready to contribute towards ensuring global food security. And the sponsors of the sanctions, we call upon you yet once again to heed the voice of international community and stop using this destructive mechanism. I thank you for your attention.
In my role as President of the Council, I thank the representative of Belarus for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, at the outset, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to the United States for convening this timely open debate. Vietnam understands firsthand the critical role of food security as a foundation of peace, stability, and development. We are therefore deeply concerned about the sharp rise of food prices and other commodities in recent months, which resulted in the all-time high record of the FAO index in March 2022. The current drivers of food insecurity are manifold. While the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still raging, economic shocks, disruptions in supply chains, and extreme weather events have further aggravated strains in the world food system. Such interwoven challenges risk putting developing and conflict-affected countries into further instability and insecurity, particularly those under the agenda of the Security Council. In light of the current situation, we wish to emphasize the following points. First, it is high time that the international community commits to ensuring food security as a key element to guaranteeing sustainable peace and development. Along with strengthening the humanitarian response, sustained actions must be made in bolstering the capabilities of developing and conflict-affected states in ensuring the food supply for their own population, as well as improving their living standards. Securing and diversifying food supplies is also a way forward. In longer terms, food systems need to be transformed into green, sustainable, and low-emission models that are resilient and responsive to food security challenges. Furthermore, resolving conflicts and preventing their relapse are critical in breaking the vicious cycle between conflict and hunger. It is equally important that international partners, including the Security Council, look into further initiatives to help address the root causes of conflicts, promote peace building, and conflict prevention. Second, global solidarity is needed more than ever to resolve the current crisis. The international community should work together in a more coordinated manner. Stronger cooperation and partnership between states, the UN, regional organizations, and the private sector can also complement such efforts. We commend the tireless efforts of the UN agencies, particularly FAO, WFP, and international donors in combating hunger and delivering supplies to the people in need during this challenging time. We encourage the UN and partners to provide timely, appropriate updates on food insecurity induced or exacerbated by conflicts, especially on the areas on the agenda of the Security Council, so as to better ensure timely responses. Third, it is imperative that all parties to conflicts adhere to the UN Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law. This includes the prohibition of attacks on and destruction of objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, especially those related to food supply. These principles have been stipulated in Security Council Resolution 2417 and again in Resolution 2573. Mr. President, as one of the world's top exporters in major agricultural products, Vietnam has actively contributed to efforts in ensuring stable food supply in order to safeguard food security of the region and the world, particularly during the last 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are aspiring to become a food innovation hub in the region through innovative and sustainable agriculture models. To this end, we will continue to contribute meaningfully to joint efforts in addressing global food security challenges. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Vietnam for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Belgium thanks the United States of America for organizing this important debate at a time when the world is facing its most serious food security challenge in decades. I would also like to thank Mr. Beasley and Mr. Chu Dongyu as well as Madame Menker for their compelling presentations this morning. Mr. Chairman, the Security Council Resolution 2417 has recognized the link between armed conflicts and food insecurity, a link that, in the current context, cannot be understated. On the one hand, we see food prices reach all-time highs in many parts of the world. 60% of the world's hungry people live in areas of conflict, and armed conflict has exacerbated hunger in many parts of the world, including in Afghanistan, in the Horn of Africa, in Yemen, Syria, and South Sudan. On the other hand, a sharp increase in global food insecurity threatens to destabilize fragile societies and further exacerbate armed conflicts and regional instability. Then, in an environment that is still recovering from the stress caused by the pandemic, Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression on Ukraine has further disrupted tight food, energy, and financial markets with long-lasting and adverse impact on global food security. As stressed by the FAO on 8th of April 2022, nothing else than the immediate cessation of the Russian aggression on Ukraine will make it possible for markets to stabilize. Nothing else than the immediate cessation of this aggression will make it possible to avoid famine and restore hope for the millions of people on the brink of starvation in many parts of the world, including Afghanistan, Somalia, Yemen, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. In this context, Belgium is grateful to the Secretary General for putting together the Global Response Group on Food, Energy, and Finance. And we welcome the recommendations issued by the group and its comprehensive reports on the global impact of the war in Ukraine. Mr. Chairman, the international community needs to act without delay to break the cycle of conflict-induced food insecurity and to make global food markets more resilient to crisis and systemic shocks. A coordinated and robust global response under the leadership of the Global Crisis Response Group and relevant partners organizations such as the World Food Programme and the FAO will be essential to stabilize markets and to avoid further degradation to livelihoods and to development gains. The humanitarian, development and peace dimensions of food and nutrition crisis will need to be addressed to enhance the sustainability of food systems. Advancing the triple nexus approach and strengthening coordination at UN and at country level will also be key to ensure resilient and sustainable solutions. Furthermore, a renewed focus on anticipatory action will be critical, along with the diversification of stock concentration and production sources. Enhanced support to the most vulnerable, including through cash assistance, will also be instrumental to enhance social protection, social cohesion, and alleviate hardship. Finally, Mr. Chairman, it is important to stress that access to food is a human right. Belgium calls on all to raise awareness on this issue by supporting the work of civil society and social movements, including small-scale farmers, in claiming the right to food. Mr. Chairman, these are all emergency solutions to alleviate the crisis, but none will bring about robust and sustainable change if the international community does not start by putting a halt to Russia's illegal and unjustified war on Ukraine for the benefit of the millions of civilians today on the verge of starvation. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Belgium for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for convening us here today around this pressing agenda. I also wish to thank briefers for their informative and comprehensive presentations. Mr. Chair, every day we are now seeing dire new warnings about expanding risks from rising food and fuel prices, as well as the pressure on nearly every ordinary household worldwide. There are growing fears that the world may be on the verge of a hunger catastrophe. Indeed, the war in Ukraine has created a crisis on top of a crisis, and this is resulting in a massive setback for the global economy. This latest obstacle could not have come at a worse time, when the governments were beginning to address the social and economic legacy of the pandemic. Korea has already joined the collective calls for a coordinated and focused action to mitigate the impact of the current food shortages and higher food prices in a variety of fora. Today, I'd like to highlight the following 3 areas that member states and the international community, including this Council, should prioritize and actively engage with. Firstly, targeted assistance should be immediately provided to the most vulnerable people who have been hit the hardest by surging food and fertilizer prices, along with the significant cuts in global supplies. Expediently improving access to emergency financing for farmers and small businesses would help. International action to respond to the growing risk of food crisis in fragile and conflict-affected states is also critical. My delegation welcomes that the UN and other agencies, alongside the MDBs, have developed the real-time analysis to carefully monitor price developments and fiscal space and call for expanding support and mitigating balance of payments pressures for low-income countries. Korea will further coordinate with the international community to step up humanitarian and development assistance for the hardest hit countries in this regard. Secondly, governments and the international community have to ensure sufficient and stable agricultural supply, both within and across countries. Financial tightening, high debt, and the frequent and wide-ranging lockdowns in some countries have caused further bottlenecks in global and regional supply chains. To enhance resilience to future crises, it's essential to back up social safety nets to help ensure a more seamless social transfers. In the longer term, we have to catalyze change to secure sustainable and balanced diets by transforming our agri-food systems. For its part, Korea has pledged to contribute 900 million SDR to the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust and suggested that the RST should be provided within this year to assist countries in need to better adapt agriculture to a world of more frequent and severe climate shocks. Lastly, we must maintain open regional and global trade markets. My delegation has urged regional cooperation to ensure a free and rules-based trading system and to respond to the negative spillover effects caused by the individual countries' export restrictions. This will help us build resilience to future shocks by raising predictability in the global food supply. My government endeavors to do more to create an enabling environment with a view towards fairer and more resilient trade and investment in order to catalyze the requisite boost in private financing for the SDGs. Mr. President, our immediate hope must be for the war to end. That would have the single most positive and immediate effect on the global recovery and fast rising food prices. In the meantime, we must do everything we can do to help heavily affected countries, and we need fast and well-coordinated actions now more than ever before. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank the briefers for their insightful remarks and for bringing these worrisome realities to our attention. Today's theme is closely aligned to the African Union theme for the year 2022, the year of nutrition, aimed at addressing the scourge of malnutrition through political commitment and investment. South Africa is deeply concerned by the increasing number of people suffering from malnutrition and food insecurity globally, including on the African continent and other parts of the world. The global outlook on food insecurity is bleak, putting many millions of people at risk of malnutrition and hunger. In conflict settings, hunger is a consequence of war, and in some instances, it is used as a weapon of war, which is of great concern, particularly as this continues with impunity. We therefore call on all parties to conflict to comply with Resolution 2417 ensuring civilian populations have access to humanitarian assistance. Civilians are the primary victims of these vicious cycles of food insecurity in armed conflicts, particularly women, children, the aged, and disabled persons. We are concerned with the plight of internally displaced persons, refugees, and migrants who are subjected to difficult living conditions during conflict situations and who are fully reliant on humanitarian assistance. It is therefore crucial to ensure swift, unimpeded, and impartial delivery of humanitarian aid and assistance to all those who require it in line with the provision of international humanitarian law, and to ensure the safety and security of humanitarian workers. Mr. President, food insecurity is a human and economic development issue which necessitates the involvement of relevant agencies of the UN who have a better grasp of the gravity of the global situation and are best placed to identify sustainable solutions to the global food crisis. And it is in this context that South Africa welcomes the UN Secretariat Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance, which is intended to ensure comprehensive and coordinated response to the current food crisis underpinned by multi-stakeholder partnerships. We acknowledge that food insecurity is a reality that should be addressed. However, in terms of armed conflict, where as a consequence of war, global food supply chains are disrupted, and where this may lead to food insecurity and hunger, it would be the imperative for the Security Council to address the root causes of conflict and prevent food insecurity. Economic sanctions and unilateral coercive measures imposed on countries in conflict settings may inadvertently exacerbate hunger in conflict situations, and civilians may have less access to nutrition and medical supplies and are faced with higher prices for food items due to failing economies. We therefore reiterate our call for the lifting of these sanctions. We reiterate and emphasize full compliance with the Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law and international human rights law by all parties to conflict. States and parties to conflict have the responsibility to protect civilians. Therefore, those accountable for violations of such international laws should be held accountable. Humanitarian assistance provided in conflict areas should be gender and age sensitive and remain responsive to the different needs of the population, ensuring that these needs are integrated in humanitarian responses. Let me conclude by restating what we said yesterday, that we all need to commit to finding peaceful solutions to conflict. Armed conflict has a devastating impact on livelihoods. It disrupts food systems, causes displacement of people, and triggers food insecurity. Working towards ending conflict by prioritizing political dialogue rather than fueling conflict by creating divisions and resorting to war must be prioritized. I thank you.
I thank the representative of South Africa for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
President, I have the honour to deliver this statement on behalf of New Zealand. New Zealand welcomes the decision by the United States to choose conflict-driven food insecurity as the theme for today's open debate. We also thank Ireland for its work as the Council's focal point on conflict and hunger. New Zealand is committed to working with partners to advance international efforts to address food insecurity. Hunger has no place in the 21st century. When the Council adopted Resolution 2417 4 years ago, it was amid a resurgence in global food insecurity, driven primarily by conflict. Resolution 2417 reminds us that conflict contributes to hunger, both directly through the effects of war and indirectly through the disruption of markets. Sadly, the situation we face today is even more dire. Conflict, the climate crisis, The COVID-19 pandemic and surging food and fuel costs have created a perfect storm. This year is forecast to be the most food insecure year on record globally. We have heard from today's briefers on the extreme scope of the insecurity. The Food and Agriculture Organization has reported that 193 million people in 53 countries or territories will experience acute food insecurity at crisis or worse levels this year. This is a sharp increase of nearly 40 million people from 2020. There is no question that conflict is a key driver of food insecurity. New Zealand has watched with concern as the prices of key food commodities and fertilizers have increased rapidly. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine is the primary driver behind these price spikes. Sanctions are not the cause of the price spikes or food shortages. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is. The impact of Russia's actions are being felt beyond Europe. They are hurting countries that already face dangerous levels of food insecurity. New Zealand is concerned at the potential domestic unrest in countries affected by price increases and shortages of essential items. The most efficient way to mitigate the worsening global food crisis is for Russia to silence its guns, withdraw its troops, and end this pointless war. New Zealand is collaborating with our international partners to respond to the growing food security crisis. This includes providing flexible and multi-year funding to the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Food Programme, the United Nations Development Programme, and the International Committee of the Red Cross. We are also providing support to specific humanitarian crises to alleviate food insecurity. Now is not the time to lose focus on long-running conflicts or humanitarian crises. Now is not the time for member states to reduce or divert their development or humanitarian funding. New Zealand strongly supports the call for countries to resist actions that hinder trade in essential foods and agricultural commodities. Export restrictions, hoarding, and similar trade-distorting measures only worsen global food security. Now, more than ever, we must keep global agricultural markets open and trade flowing stably. Earlier this month, New Zealand signed on to the United Kingdom-led joint statement on open and predictable trade in agricultural and food products, delivered to the World Trade Organization. We urge member states to ensure that any emergency measures do not distort or restrict trade, are temporary and are designed with the utmost restraint and are consistent with WTO rules. Climate change also contributes to food insecurity. This is a serious concern for New Zealand and our Indo-Pacific region. We are experiencing the effects of climate change on food security in our region, evident through an increase in extreme weather-related events, including drought, wildfire, extreme temperatures, and flooding. Extreme weather-related events are predicted to increase in frequency and magnitude, threatening the safe production and distribution of food in our region and around the world. President, we encourage this Council to take unified action on the worsening food security crisis and, in doing so, demonstrate collective leadership.
The timeliness and importance of this discussion. In its resolution 2417, the Security Council rightly recalls the link between armed conflict and violence and conflict-induced food insecurity and the threat of famine, and that the impact of conflict on food security can be both direct and indirect. The ongoing war in Ukraine has vividly illustrated this reality, with rising hunger on the ground and several countries in affected states. Many go without their daily bread, even as the world produces enough food for all. This constitutes a genuine scandal, which has the potential to trigger further conflict and violence. Escaping this cycle calls for a more integral approach to security, and my delegation takes this opportunity to highlight 4 points in this regard. First, the dignity of the human person must be at the center of all our efforts. This requires respect for and compliance with international humanitarian law, which prohibits the starvation of civilians as a method of warfare and the impediment of humanitarian access. Additionally, we must recognize that treating food only as a commodity supplied through the cold logic of the market will not be enough to ensure that everyone has access to safe, uncontaminated, and sufficient food. Second, coming to and advancing gradual and systematic disarmament remains crucial to curb hostilities which contribute directly to increased social unrest and food insecurity. Third, other factors that further exacerbate conflict-induced hunger should be monitored and addressed. These include the effects of climate change, the consequences of which are more than just environmental and affect the economic, social, and political spheres, with significant repercussions on food security and food systems. Finally, the Holy See continues to insist on the proposal of Pope St. Paul VI to establish a global fund to assist those most impoverished peoples, drawn partially from military expenditures. As noted by Pope Francis in his encyclical Fratelli Tutti, such a fund would contribute to putting an end to hunger and favor development in the most impoverished countries, so that their citizens will not resort to violent or illusory solutions. In doing so, the fund would address the root causes of conflicts in order to increase integral security for us all. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Observer State of the Holy See for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Myanmar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank the Presidency of the United States for organizing this timely debate of critical importance. I also thank all briefers for their insightful presentations. Ending hunger is one of the most fundamental development goals of humanity. Hard-fought gains in economic development and poverty reduction have been recently shattered by the COVID-19 pandemic. Devastating socio-economic consequences of pandemic combined with the ongoing climate crisis are worsening food insecurity, particularly among the already vulnerable populations across the world. However, conflict is the dominating root cause of food crisis throughout the world, according to the 2022 Global Report on Food Crises. Now, the ongoing aggression in Ukraine has put food supply chains in jeopardy and made food prices record high. Its negative impact is being felt globally, especially by the developing countries. The adoption of the Resolution 2417 in 2018 was an encouraging moment in the Security Council efforts to counter conflict-driven hunger. While the resolutions give us the opportunity to tackle the issues of conflict and hunger, what we need is the collective effort to seize the opportunity and to act now together in solidarity to avert an even more unprecedented hunger crisis. Mr. President, my country, Myanmar, has been firsthand experiencing the nexus of key drivers of food insecurity, conflict, climate change, and poverty. As a country most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, Myanmar had been undertaking climate change mitigation and adaptation policy under the democratically elected government. Economic recovery plans were underway when Myanmar militaries attempted an illegal coup by keeping elected civilian leaders incommunicado in hostage. Since then, the illegitimate military regime has been inflicting enormous suffering on Myanmar people, from repeated brutal massacres to torture to mass displacement. According to UNDP, half of the population of Myanmar is now living under the national poverty line. The humanitarian organizations estimated that in 2022, there are 6.2 million people in need of life-saving support in the country. Basic food prices have risen by 30%. Millions of families have been driven into desperation and hunger. Internally displaced people, especially their children, are being hit hardest by the coup-inflicted instability. People lost homes and livelihoods. Instability, persistent threats from the military violence, and lack of resettlement and rehabilitation assistance confined them in IDP camps indefinitely and prevent their return to seasonal famine. This has led to significant disruption of their livelihoods and agricultural production. Moreover, the junta has been making every attempt to control access for humanitarian assistance to those in critical needs in violation of international humanitarian law. These ongoing inhumane policy of military have directly impact on food security in the country. There will be no peace and stability in Myanmar as long as the illegal military junta's failing coup drags on. Therefore, Myanmar people, with their elected civilian National Unity Government and National Unity Consultative Council at the front, have been doing everything we can with greater determination to end the current military-make catastrophe and build a fairer democratic future that ensures fundamental human rights for all. What Myanmar's situation tells us is that the impact of conflicts in food insecurity is not necessarily the inevitable result of collateral damages. In most cases, it is deliberate. Hunger and blockage of humanitarian aid are tactics intentionally employed to control a particular population and thus serve military objectives. It is exactly the case to those like Myanmar military, which has enjoyed a sense of blanket impunity for past atrocity and has no regard for international human rights and humanitarian law. The UN Security Council must act whenever the tactics of deliberate starvation is used by any party to a conflict. Madam President, in conclusion, responding to hunger everywhere is necessary. However, the answer lies in addressing the root causes of food insecurity. We must strengthen multilateral cooperation to tackle climate change and eradicate extreme poverty. To resolve conflicts, the key driver of food insecurity, or at least to alleviate their impact, we need not only to enhance credibility and effectiveness of our multilateral institutions, especially the UN Security Council, but also promote strict adherence to international law, including international humanitarian law, without which we will be living in a very dangerous world. Hereby, I urge all of us to work together as we explore all available options to end hunger and conflict-induced food insecurity for the sake of all vulnerable populations, not only in Myanmar, but also around the world, as well as for the international peace, and security. And thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Myanmar for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Chile.
Gracias. Thank you, Madam President. We thank the United States for convening this important debate, and we thank the briefers for their briefings and the testimony delivered. Like other states, Chile is concerned by the current global situation marked by a clear spike in food prices, as well as the prices of inputs and the problems of food shortages. According to the WFP, it is highly likely that acute food insecurity will worsen in 20 countries, and it is forecasted that this year will see the greatest levels of food insecurity ever recorded on a global level. It is of concern that between 2018 and 2021, the number of people experiencing crisis levels of food insecurity or worse, in which conflict was the primary factor, increased 73 million to 139 million people in total. All of the above deals at the heaviest blow to countries that have the highest levels of poverty or more fragile political institutions, or where the rule of law is weak. All of the above is all the more reason why the worsening of conflict-induced hunger and the identification of food insecurity crises which already exist or potential such crises are central questions for the Council, because all of these have a direct impact on the lives of the most vulnerable among us and on their livelihoods. Tackling the situation of food security in conflicts means that states maintain open food trade and trade in fertilizers. It means that states must not add their voices to sanctions or other measures which might hinder trade, circulation, availability, or access to food, because all of this would contravene the principles of food insecurity. It's also necessary to maintain humanitarian access open, as well as to protect humanitarian workers and make sure that parties in conflict are held accountable for depriving civilians of foods or for attacking production of food or food systems. It's also key that parties to conflict adhere to international law, international humanitarian law. Chile condemns the use of starvation as a method of warfare and reaffirms the importance that states undertake comprehensive, independent, impartial and effective investigations within their jurisdiction on this type of violation in order to strengthen preventive measures, guarantee accountability and deal with the grievances of victims. Looking towards the future, Chile believes it's necessary to have tangible solutions to foster international cooperation between states and other specialized actors in the international system. For example, we can harness the knowledge of the scientific groups that worked for the Food Systems Summit in 2021 in order to tackle the various facets of the food crisis. We wish to recall that we are currently in the middle of the Decade of Family Farming and the Decade of Action on Nutrition. As such, we urge people to take actions to tackle the global food crisis. Measures taken must directly improve the access to, availability of and quality of food given to the most vulnerable groups. Particular priority should be attached to food provision for girls, boys, women, older adults, and particularly those that are in humanitarian emergencies or in situations of conflict. The multilateral arena must provide joint and coordinated responses to the grave food, logistical and humanitarian crisis we're witnessing. You can count on Chile to moving towards that goal. Thank you.
The representative of Chile for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I also recognize the representative of Putin's regime in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. First of all, I would like to thank the United States for organizing this important debate and all briefers for their presentations. Dear colleagues, the looming food crisis was in the focus of yesterday's ministerial meeting in the UN. You enjoined the chair's statement. As a reliable contributor to the global food security and one of the main food suppliers, Ukraine fully shares the commitment to act with urgency in this area. Over the past years, the food security situation has aggravated for the most vulnerable, in particular due to COVID-19. Regrettably, instead of recovery, the world emerging from the pandemic has faced a new threat, a full-fledged war of Russia against Ukraine. Along with international law and rule-based order, Russia has also hit the global food security, as about 400 million people throughout the world depends on grain supplies
from Ukraine. Now, due to blockade of Ukrainian seaports, the export of Ukrainian grain has almost stopped. In pre-invasion times, Ukraine exported 5 million tons of grain per month. In March, the export decreased to only about 200,000 tons. In April, about 1.1 million tons. Large areas in the east and south of Ukraine remains a place of combat actions or under occupation. This is the reason why we expect in 2022 the harvest to be just 50% of the last year yields. Another threat is Russian actions to seize Ukrainian grain for their own consumption or in an attempt to illegally sell it on international markets. The Russian occupiers have already stolen at least 500,000 tons of grain. Ukraine has already warned consumer countries that grain consignments exported by Russia could contain stolen Ukrainian grain. Any country that knowingly purchases this grain will be considered to be complicit in the crime. We demand that Russia stop illicit grain stealing, unblock Ukrainian seaports, restore freedom of navigation, and allow trade ships to pass. Dear colleagues, as it was already said here more than once, this war is a war of choice of President Putin. It will be also his choice with regard to the food crisis. And there should be no doubts of who will be responsible for starvation that millions of people could suffer. We strongly reject any manipulative narrative that sanctions against Russia would make it impossible to effectively address the issue of agricultural export. All required exclusions have been already made. As soon as Russia is compelled to stop the war, the looming threat of hunger will be over. Otherwise, the famine and suffering of millions will be put in total guilt. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Kingdom of the Netherlands aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union earlier. Mr. Chair, conflict is still the single most important driver of humanitarian needs. The war in Ukraine is a case in point, as was just so clearly explained by my Ukrainian colleague just now. In addition to causing displacement and disruption in local food markets, the war has ripple effects on humanitarian needs worldwide, driving up food and humanitarian needs in countries like Afghanistan and Somalia, countries that are already vulnerable. Mr. Chair, let me be frank. We continue to hear arguments that European and other sanctions are to blame for increasing food insecurity. This is simply not true. European restrictive measures are targeted in accordance with international law and in fact aim to uphold and strengthen respect for international law. It is large-scale armed conflict that disrupts food markets. Besides the ripple effects of the war in Ukraine, there are deeply concerning reports coming from Yemen. Objects indispensable to the survival of civilians were attacked even when there were no military targets in the vicinity. Water wells were bombed and agricultural land extensively mined to the point of rendering it useless. Such actions further worsen an already dire humanitarian situation and may constitute violations of international humanitarian law. Mr. President, we should take the following steps to help minimize the impact of conflicts on food security. First of all, reporting. Resolution 2417 calls on the Secretary General to report to the Security Council in instances where conflict leads to severe food insecurity. We support the U.S. proposal made at the Area Formula meeting a couple of weeks ago to submit such reports twice a year, and we call on all members of the Security Council to give their full attention to these reports, as agreed under Resolution 2417. Secondly, reports of hunger-related violations of international human law should be taken seriously and incidents investigated. Accountability is key if we want to make an end to grave violations of international humanitarian law. And lastly, we need to work towards more resilient food systems. Last year's UN Food Systems Summit has laid the groundwork. And to conclude, Mr. President, Resolution 2417 was the first time the Security Council recognized the direct link between conflict and hunger. With humanitarian needs across the world increasing, we need to act, and we need to act together. The Netherlands stands ready to do its part and looks forward to the continued global cooperation to break the vicious link between conflict and hunger. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Netherlands for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Nepal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at the outset, I thank the Presidency of the United States for convening this timely debate on conflict and food security. Mr. President, the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognized the right to food as a human right. However, even today, hundreds of millions of people go to bed on an empty stomach each night. The Food and Agriculture Organization report stated that the COVID-19 pandemic alone deprived 320 million people of access to food in 2020, and around 2.37 billion people do not have access to adequate food. And tragically, 60% of the world's hungry people live in conflict zones. Today, Global Food Prices Index has reached its highest level ever, accounting for a 30% rise. The World Bank estimates that for every percentage point increase in food prices, 10 million people are pushed into extreme poverty worldwide. The mounting food and oil price has already hit the net food importing developing countries like Nepal. In the face of worst global pandemic, many of the developing countries are under pressure of debt, eroding purchasing power, and depleting foreign currency reserves and exchange rate stress. Mr. President, the Security Council Resolution 2417 has recognized the links between conflict and food insecurity. Compliance with the resolution is necessary for mitigating conflict-induced food insecurity, as well as barring starvation as a weapon of war, alongside the importance of ensuring access to humanitarian aid. Mr. President, while prioritizing conflict-affected zones, we need to address food insecurity through building a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive food system at national and global level. In this context, let me submit following points. First, we need to advance political solution for conflicts, thus promoting peace and security, in so doing, mitigating food crisis. While short-term humanitarian relief is urgent for vulnerable population, we need to promote a long-term sustainable agri-food system with the involvement of rural and small-scale farmers to ensure food and livelihoods of vulnerable sections of societies. Second, we need to strengthen regional global cooperation to keep a rein on economic shocks, inflation, and supply chain disruptions. We must maintain seamless trade flow of food, fuels, and fertilizers through open markets, discouraging hoarding by one or few countries while checking speculations by big traders. Third, international financial institutions should support developing countries which are facing fatal financial and monetary crisis due to inflation, limited fiscal space, and depleting foreign currency reserves. Fourth, short-term solutions should lead to sustainable, inclusive, climate-compatible agriculture and food systems to deliver for people and the planet. And finally, Mr. President, more than anything else, we, the member states, should work as a collaborative community with higher level of political determination to settle the conflicts and political differences, to maintain peace and tranquility, as well as to avoid conflict-driven famine and food insecurity. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Nepal for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Peru.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. The report on the global impact of the war in Ukraine on food, energy and finance systems, published on the 13th of April by the Global Crisis Response Group of the Secretary-General, sounds an alarm on the advent of a perfect storm. This storm is marked by the limited availability of foods and rising food prices, disruptions to energy production, and upheaval in trade and finance. All of this is occurring in a world that had not recovered from the devastating consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic on economic and social fronts. It is particularly alarming that the Food and Agricultural Organization's Food Price Index in April recorded an increase of 34% compared to last year. It reached its highest ever level since its creation in 1990. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine is a factor which explains this increase, since both countries provide 30% of wheat, 20% of the barley and 50% of the sunflower oil to global markets. Several countries, including Peru, had already foreseen and were preparing for this three-sided crisis. As a result, on the 19th of March, the Peruvian government officially declared a state of emergency for the agriculture and irrigation sector. This crisis had been caused precisely by the adverse effects of COVID-19 and a series of external threats which together prompted a constant increase in the prices of fertilizers at a global level. One of these causes was the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Russia is our primary provider of fertilizers. This conflict has prompted a reduction of 0.2% in planted land in Peru for the agricultural year 2021-2022. That has jeopardized the smooth conduct of agricultural activity and the agricultural value chain, and that is having a negative impact on the agricultural sector and on Peru's economy, and that is having consequences for end consumers and food security. The situation in Ukraine is also having a socio-economic impact as a result of the spike in food prices. Such price increases will always most severely affect developing countries, particularly people living in poverty who allocate the majority of their income to food. Consequently, in turn, we will see a higher risk of more bitter conflict at a global level as a result of widespread social discontent. According to the United Nations Charter, the main responsibility of this Council is to maintain international peace and security. Its members have the responsibility to discharge this mandate. Consequently, the government of Peru expressed its support for the presidential statement released by this council regarding the maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine. This was issued on May 6th. This statement recalls the obligation that all member states have to settle their disputes via peaceful means. The statement expresses the Council's firm support for the Secretary-General's efforts in the search for a peaceful solution. COVID-19 taught humankind that no one is safe until everyone is safe. No country has peace and stability guaranteed until we all live in peace. Many thanks indeed.
Representative of Peru for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for convening this meeting. As other colleagues have pointed out before, climate change, inequalities and conflicts are the biggest drivers of hunger. Food insecurity had been on the rise before the pandemic, but Russia's aggressions against Ukraine has exacerbated this situation, destabilizing a region that is crucial to the global supply of agricultural commodities. This aggression has caused severe damage to storage infrastructures and agriculture processing facilities, prevented farmers from tending to their fields, and impeded the export of goods already harvested following the blockade of Ukrainian ports. And we must be clear that these disruptions are caused by war and not by sanctions.
The higher prices faced by global food markets put those most vulnerable at particular risk, namely in developing countries. Population in the Mediterranean basins, the Sahel and the Horn of Africa are especially threatened by these effects. We must deliver immediate assistance to those in need, while supporting partner countries to their transition to sustainable agri-food systems. We should prioritize keeping trade in food and fertilizers open, exploring alternative sources of food supplies, supporting agriculture production at acceptable costs, and promoting access to short-term credit and to markets. We welcome ongoing discussions in this sense, as announced yesterday by the UN Secretary-General at the Global Food Security Call for Action. In the meanwhile, humanitarian actors have made extensive efforts to promote resilience amongst the vulnerable communities, strengthening local production in countries at risk of food insecurity. We commend and support these initiatives. The private sector can also play a role in this regard, helping small farmers increase their productivity and improving sustainable value chains. Mr. President, food is a human right. It derives directly from the right to an adequate standard of living as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Food-related policies must be embedded in a human rights approach. States have a core obligation to take the necessary action to mitigate and alleviate hunger in situations of conflict and are required to refrain from any discrimination in access to food in any grounds. We encourage the Security Council to collaborate closely with the OHCHR and the Special Rapporteur on the rights to food on the protection of the rights in this conflict. Mr. President, we all know that we can only be effective in tackling this crisis if we work together. This is why we support the GA resolution promoted by Lebanon on the state of global food security to be adopted on May 23. It is also why we welcome the work of the UN Global Crisis Response Group and look forward to its next steps, in accordance with other relevant initiatives as the G7 Global Alliance for Food Security. The group will be crucial, not only to addressing food supply disruptions and spiking energy prices, but also to ensure that the measures which are now put in place do not undermine long-term stability. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Portugal for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I would like to express appreciation to all briefers for the valuable and thought-provoking remarks. Poland aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. I would like to make the following remarks in my national capacity. Let me start by recalling that Poland is very proud that almost exactly 4 years ago it was Polish presidency of the United Nations Security Council when this council voted unanimously to approve resolution so many times called today, 2417 on conflict-induced food security. The resolution calls on all parties to an armed conflict to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and, I quote, strongly condemns the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. It also strongly condemns the unlawful denial of humanitarian access and depriving civilians of objects of indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supply and access to responses to conflict-induced food insecurity in the situation of armed conflict. Unfortunately, this particular appeal needs to be added to a long list of regulations that have been broken by the very member of this Council, Russia, through its aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, in recent weeks, food security has been raised in multiple fora. Let me share with you 3 aspects in which Poland works to counter this crisis. First, the repercussions of the Russian aggression against Ukraine on international food insecurity were one of the main themes of the European Regional Conference of the FAO, which took place in Poland this week. In the 33rd session of the FAO for Europe, almost unanimously adopted a decision condemning Russia's aggression against Ukraine. It called upon Russia to immediately cease hostiles in order to fully resume agricultural production. It also requested FAO to prepare and implement recovery plans to ensure food security in the countries mostly affected by the conflict. In the adopted decision of the conference, expressed its solidarity and support for Ukraine, as well as recognition for the countries supporting Kyiv and accepting refugees. It also stressed its deep concern about the threat of the Russian authorities to limit food supplies to countries supporting Ukraine. Secondly, Poland, in close cooperation with Ukraine, works on facilitating the export of Ukrainian grain and food products by the means of our transport infrastructure, including railroads and seaports. With this in mind, the Ministries of Agriculture of Poland and Ukraine met this week in Warsaw together with the Minister of United States. Estimated that by using Polish transport infrastructure, Ukraine can export up to 2 million tons of grain a month, while capacity of 5 million is needed to avoid severe crisis. Thus, we remain open for further cooperation and will comprehensively support the Ukrainian side in this difficult situation. Thirdly, we call on the international community to provide immediate support to Ukraine with expanding its storage and logistics capacities for agriculture and food products damaged by the Russian aggression. And meanwhile, we are convinced that arranging for some additional storage capacities in countries neighboring Ukraine could provide some temporary solution to this problem. Mr. President, Poland is ready to continue cooperation with the international community in the global fight against the food crisis through the Polish development assistance. We are convinced that it's necessary to protect the countries most threatened by famine, namely in Africa, Middle East, and Europe's neighborhood. That is why Poland contributed financially to WFP programs in Kenya and Syria in 2020 and to World Food Programme actions in Afghanistan and in Tajikistan, as well as in Yemen in 2021. Poland is not only an important food producer, but also it possesses high capacity of storage and processing of food and food products. We are ready to cooperate and share our experience as well as offer opportunities of processing, preserving and storage of food. Development and right management of such capacities worldwide is crucial in order to avoid food waste, another factor inducing hunger and food shortages. Poland also contributes to bilateral development projects to increase the food production capacity of local partners. In Kenya, we support the project that aims at creating an efficient irrigation system that is independent of weather conditions. Moreover, in 2021, Poland has joined the School Meals Coalition, being aware that school meals programs need to combat child hunger, poverty, and multiple forms of malnutrition. Mr. President, the concurrent food security crisis is not the result of the sanctions imposed on Russia. It is a ripple effect on ongoing Russian aggression that from day one aimed at disrupting the production and export of agricultural products from Ukraine. Russia might have hoped that the negative consequences felt by the many countries will prevent the international community from providing support to Ukraine. The result they achieved was just quite the opposite, and once again the international community has proved Russia wrong. Poland in general is against imposing sanctions on food production, as in the past we were actually targeted by the Russian sanctions in this area. Many times Russia used this instrument as a weapon in political conflicts, imposing prohibitive tariffs on Polish food products or simply banning them from their markets. Such methods are not acceptable in the times of peace, let alone by the country waging a bloody war against its neighbor. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the briefers for the update earlier. Colleagues, we're gathered for a clear reason. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is threatening global food security, and it's compounding the devastating impacts of COVID, conflict and climate. The impact that it's had on fragile food systems, causing further disruption to global food production and exports, inflating already high commodity and food prices. And the numbers, it must be said, are alarming. 43 million people were on the brink of famine before the invasion of Ukraine. Now, the World Food Programme estimates an additional 33 to 47 million people will fall into acute food insecurity as a direct result of the invasion. Now, this demonstrates the causal effect of conflict on hunger crises, including in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Yemen, among other examples. And I'd also like to call out, yet again, the disinformation that we have heard today and in recent weeks, and that is the disingenuous claim that the food security crisis that we're discussing has been caused by Western sanctions. This is incorrect. The food security crisis is occurring because global food prices are now at record high levels. Record highs as a result of Russia's war in Ukraine. Record highs because Ukraine is preoccupied with defending itself against Russia's unprovoked, unjust and illegal invasion rather than shipping grain. Record highs because more than 7 million Ukrainians have been displaced by the war, and agricultural land and civilian infrastructure has been damaged, significantly disrupting the growing season and access to markets. Now, let's be clear. One way to rapidly improve food security is for Russia to immediately end its war in Ukraine. Another useful response to growing food insecurity is to focus on humanitarian needs, including through organisations like the World Food Programme. Famine can be averted with early action, but this requires unhindered humanitarian access and a well-resourced rapid response. Mr. President, Australia calls on all actors to allow access for humanitarian agencies to reach those most in need. International trade should also support food security. The most critical short-term global response to curtail the food price increases is maintaining open, transparent and predictable agricultural trade. Experience and evidence clearly show that domestic protections like trade barriers and subsidies make economies weaker and are more costly in the long run. Despite this, the scale of current restrictions being imposed on food and fertiliser trade surpass those enacted during the last major food crisis of 2007-8, according to the World Bank. These restrictions will reduce the amount of product available for global trade, bringing up prices and causing supply chain issues as countries compete for alternative supplies. Australia urges all countries to keep agricultural trade open, to improve access to food, lower import barriers and to cut export restrictions. Colleagues, our highest priority should be to ensure food can make its way to the most vulnerable. Australia will always remain a reliable, open supplier of food products to the world. But the greatest and most immediate improvement, and let us all say it again, will come from the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Australia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank you, Honourable Secretary of State, for convening today's meeting. I would also like to thank the UN Secretary General, the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, the Director General of the FAO, and Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Grow Intelligence for their briefing and the invaluable insights that they have provided. Mr. President, nothing is more fundamental to our human existence than food, water, and clean air. Yet, multiple crises from conflict to climate change threaten the fish, forests, and fields we have relied upon to sustain us for generations upon generation. We welcome this opportunity to share our reflections on food security, conflict, and the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, we live in extremely challenging times. The COVID pandemic continues to pose a threat. IPCC reports on climate change are alarming. The state of our ocean is dire. Fire rages, desertification intensifies, farmers face unprecedented droughts. These conditions had already created a significant increase in food prices, and conflict situations have intensified this already troubling situation. Navigating the COVID pandemic required Maldives to make unprecedented state expenditures to secure vaccines and supplies, and to provide support to workers, families, and businesses. As we began 2022, we had a sense of optimism that the worst of the pandemic was behind us, and we could begin the work of stabilizing under this new normal. Instead, this year began with the challenges caused by rising energy and food prices. This is a particularly acute problem for Maldives and other small islands that rely on imported staple foods, cooking oils, and other agricultural commodities. Our governments that already face funding challenges associated with COVID expenditures must now consider supports to soften and stabilize food price shocks, creating further demands on fiscal space that is in already dire short supply. Mr. President, there is little Maldives can do alone to address this situation directly. At best, we can increase our stockpiles of foodstuffs, but this is no substitute for the free flow of food and goods through our global supply chains that we have come to rely on to feed and provide for our people. Changes to the system at this point would be imprudent, given the significant investments necessary to re-engineer supply chains and ensure the required storage and transportation infrastructure in place. We must also heed the lessons from the COVID pandemic. This means that we should avoid situations in timely manner in times of scarcity where we retreat inwards, when the moment demands greater global solidarity, engagement, and support. We must avoid trade and other measures that disrupt the flow of food that is so vital not only to the Maldives, but to all countries around the world. Mr. President, conflict is nothing new. There are many parts of the world in conflict situations, and every effort must be taken to bring them to an end through durable diplomatic solutions. Today's interconnected supply chains are such that a conflict anywhere in the world can have far-reaching consequences. However, it is not just conflict that undermines our food security. Conflict exacerbates the situation, but climate change, unsustainable patterns of consumption, and environmental degradation are foundational threats to our food security and our own very existence. We must ensure that we work to address root causes of food security, conflict, and associated challenges, as this is the only way to ensure our enduring international peace and security. Mr. President, food cannot be weaponized as a tool of cohesive diplomacy. For us to ensure international peace and security, we must work with all actors, including civil society, businesses, and others, to address food security, but also to address the wider system risks that undermine our planetary health and food security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Maldives for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Niger.
Mr. President, Niger congratulates your delegation on assuming the presidency of the Security Council this month. I also would like to thank our eminent briefers, the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Mr. Beasley, and Mr. Dongue, and Mr. Merker. I thank them for their edifying briefings. The participation of a high number of ministers in our debate today shows, if there was a need, how important it is to have a discussion on conflict and food security. Mr. President, the world has just begun to see the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of a fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, but at the same time we're seeing a growing number of conflicts and violence in various regions of the world with dramatic consequences, in particular on food security and nourishment for those peoples who are victims of these conflicts. It is not a mere coincidence that there was a study published by the World Food Programme showing that 60% of people who are suffering from food insecurity and malnutrition live in regions of violent conflict and insecurity. And this is the case in Yemen, in Syria, in the Horn of Africa, in the Lake Chad Basin, and in my own region, the Sahel. In all of these conflict situations, the supply chains have been disrupted, as well as commercial transactions between communities where people had to flee their homes and abandon their livelihoods. In fact, violence in the Sahel, where agriculture is the main economic activity for the people, led to millions of people being displaced. They had to abandon their crops and their cattle and seek refuge in other communities or even in refugee camps. Without crops to harvest, without cattle to breed, or rural markets which have become inaccessible, the displaced people find themselves in a situation of food insecurity where they depend on humanitarian assistance to survive. And unfortunately, in many cases, the access to the people who find themselves in remote areas or under the control of extremist groups is very difficult and even dangerous for the humanitarians who are themselves a target or sometimes held for ransom by the terrorist groups. The negative effects of climate change are yet another factor which compounds food insecurity. Even before the current insecurity and the intensification of the armed terrorist groups, the region of Sahel was already fragilized by the extreme climate phenomena such as droughts, floods, and soil degradation. And the natural resources have become increasingly rare. As a result of this, there was a conflict between the communities of farmers and cattle breeders who heretofore lived in harmony. And that is why Niger, during our mandate within the Council, continued drawing attention to the link between the negative impact of climate change, insecurity, and food security. Mr. President, if there were doubts about the link between food security and the conflict, the current crisis in Ukraine is there to prove the point of this relationship. It is obvious that the conflict anywhere in the world can have serious consequences for supply chain and the affordability of food and agricultural inputs because of the disruptions coming from these conflict areas. We call on the international community to spare no effort to put an end to hostilities in Ukraine so as to create an environment which would be conducive to the free circulation of goods to and from this area so as to relieve and ultimately ease the current food shortage. In conclusion, whilst urgent measures are needed to put an end to conflict and break the cycle of food insecurity and famine that they lead to, we in Niger think that in those countries which deal with terrorism and violent extremism together with climate change, their only lasting solutions benefiting from a sizable funding could break this vicious circle. Therefore, implementing projects and programs aimed at mitigating the nefarious effects of climate change and land degradation on agriculture and pastoralists will, without any doubt, help stimulate food production. Building basic infrastructure so as to provide essential services and good governance are, without any doubt, the pathways to build peace and build the resilience of the people in the areas of conflict, in particular in the Sahel. Many of us, a speaker said this morning that arable land exists and that the world has enough funding to finance agriculture, especially if we have the help of science and technology. Refusing, therefore, to feed the people means that we're choosing to feed conflict. We have the technical and financial capacity to change the course of history. Let's do it now. Let's do it while there's still time. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Niger for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this open debate. We thank the briefers for their comprehensive presentation. For Indonesia, food security and national security are two sides of the same coin. From our own past experiences, uncontrollable high prices of staple food and supply-side constraints have resulted in great political instability. We therefore share the Secretary General's view that if we don't feed the people, we feed conflict. Today, a combination of conflict, COVID-19, and climate crisis are contributing to food insecurity as well as humanitarian crisis in many parts of the world. The war in Ukraine is further exacerbating this situation. As Ukraine and Russia are important producers of food, commodities, and agricultural input, we reiterate our call to stop the war. Mr. President, addressing the global food insecurity requires both short-term and long-term actions. In the short term, and most immediate, we need to scale up humanitarian assistance to the people living in conflict areas. Also important is humanitarian assistance to people whose food commodity supplies have been disrupted either due to conflicts or natural phenomena such as droughts or floods. Limited fiscal space of developing countries due to 2 years of the pandemic requires us to increase support of humanitarian aid and support UN humanitarian agencies. A key strategy in the short term is to bring available stockpile of food commodities and agricultural inputs from Ukraine and Russia to the market. While agricultural products are not subject to sanction, this understanding must be well coordinated with the international banking system so that products delivery are not delayed due to payment issues. We also welcome the Secretary General's effort to work on an agricultural corridor in Ukraine and Russia. Mr. President, in the medium and long term, there must be a global strategy that supports agricultural production, trade, and governance that allow countries to achieve resilience in staple food commodities. For this, we must invest in innovative and sustainable farming, climate-resilient crops, and agile supply chain that can quickly adjust to disruption. Food security must also be given a special place in international trade agreement. Indonesia has long been a strong advocate for food security and special agricultural products to be given a special treatment in the WTO. Developing countries must also be given the ability under international trade rule to support smallholder farmers that produces food security commodities. This is important not just for the food security and livelihood of the smallholder farmers, but also for rural development of the region. Furthermore, strong cooperation and collaboration with the private sector is crucial. They are key partners in ensuring greater food access to the public. Mr. President, on Indonesia's palm oil exports policy mentioned in the briefing this morning, we emphasize that this was an emergency and temporary measure. It was a temporary response to the spike in price and scarcity of cooking oil in our domestic market. A temporary policy to safeguard the food security of around 270 million people in Indonesia. It has been announced that this temporary response will be lifted on the 23rd of May, which is next week. Finally, Mr. President, everyone has the right to access safe and nutritious food and be free from hunger. For this, we cannot afford division, nor can we afford a take-it-or-leave-it attitude when addressing a life-or-death issue such as food security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I thank the United States for convening this important meeting and our distinguished briefers for their excellent presentations. Germany aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. I refer to Foreign Minister Baerbock's statement at the ministerial meeting on global food security yesterday. By blocking Ukrainian ports, by destroying silos, streets and railroads, and especially farmers' fields, Russia has launched a grain war, stoking a global food crisis. This aggravated global food crisis is not, as Russia wants us to make believe, the consequence of sanctions that target those responsible for Russia's war of aggression. The responsibility lies with Russia, whose military actions destroy part of the Ukrainian agriculture and whose government deliberately blocks the export of grain much needed in other parts of the world. Germany, together with its partners, will support Ukraine in exploring alternative ways of exporting its grain to where it is so badly needed. Russia's war of aggression exacerbates an already dire situation, as we all know. Even before Russia started its war against Ukraine on 24th of February, 2022 had been forecast to be the most food insecure year on record. The first victims are, like always, the most vulnerable ones: women, children, the elderly, especially in less developed countries, in particular in the global south. These people have our full solidarity and support. Mr. President, the interlinkage between hunger and conflict are clearly recognized by Security Council Resolution 2417. As members of the Security Council in 2019-2020, Germany and the Dominican Republic consistently put this topic high on the Council's agenda and called for more decisive action. In our view, the Security Council should use the means of its Resolution 2417 more often. Building on Resolution 2417, we must become better at preventing conflict on the one side and at addressing the alarming incidence of hunger and global food insecurity on the other. 3 points I have to stress. First, we have to increase humanitarian assistance for WFP and other humanitarian organizations, particularly with flexible funding in line with the Grand Bargain commitments. Germany has already announced substantial additional funding for this year into aid to support the Sahel region, the Horn of Africa, Afghanistan, and Syria. At the same time, we must also help to increase the long-term resilience of vulnerable countries. We must strive for a coordinated triple nexus approach between the different pillars of peace and security, humanitarian assistance, and development cooperation. Secondly, we have to strengthen the resilience of populations and food systems to climate-induced shocks in conflict-affected areas, including through early and anticipatory action. This is also a key priority during our G7 presidency, as the G7 Foreign Minister statement of May 13th underlines. Thirdly, we all have to step up our commitment to help counter the devastating global repercussions of the war in Ukraine. In total, the German budget plan foresees providing more than 4 billion euros on food security-related activities in 2022. Our Global Alliance for Food Security, launched at the meeting of the G7 development ministers in this week, is open to participation of further actors. It reflects the need to redouble efforts for resilient, sustainable, and diversified food systems in the medium and long term. Mr. President, hunger is man-made, so it is our choice to prevent it. We are convinced that together we can achieve this goal. For this, we must do better and take concrete steps to collectively tackle the root causes of conflict and hunger. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mauritius.
Mr. President, thank you for organizing today's meeting on conflict and food security, an issue which is of the greatest importance to many of us. Mauritius is a small island developing state, a pluricultural nation with strong belief in the peaceful coexistence of all societies and countries. It is, however, highly dependent on import of food and commodities for the survival of its people. Surviving the pandemic during the last 2 years was a challenge by itself, during which we have seen a race for protective equipments and vaccines. With long-lasting conflicts, especially in regions which are primary producers of basic commodities, we run the risk of seeing a similar situation. Already we are witnessing a hike in prices, causing social unrest in some countries. If there is no food, no peace can prevail, and there will be no future for any one of us. Food insecurity affects the lives of millions. It does not exist in isolation and should not fall under the influence of global geopolitics. The specter of famine caused by climate-induced droughts has resurfaced in some parts of the world and has increased the number of people living without enough to eat. Small island developing states like Mauritius, which have inherent vulnerabilities due to their geographical dispersion and distance from main markets, find themselves in yet a more difficult situation. Climate change is already threatening our food security by reducing crop yields and disrupting the systems and infrastructure our people use for access to food. We are struggling with inflation, rising interest rates, and debt burdens, which were already affecting the fragile economies of small island developing states. Restrictions will only have a multiplier effect that accelerates food inflation. This is not the time to impose protectionist trade policies. Mr. President, we should promptly address the causes of conflicts and find creative ways to resolve them peacefully through diplomacy and mediation, while respecting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all parties concerned. If not, we will only allow a bad situation to get worse thereby have a much bigger and more serious crisis. In this new era, where space tourism is hitting the headlines, the poor and vulnerable people should not have to face the burden of anxiety created by food shortages. Food insecurity perpetuates poverty, and we should not let the virus of indifference afflict us. We need to uphold, promote, and respect international law, which is the bedrock of our universal values to achieve the freedom from fear or want. It is only through greater global cooperation and a peaceful world free from conflicts that we will also be able to ensure and attain our sustainable development goals of zero hunger and achieve food security. We all know that global problems require global solutions, and there is no other more representative entity than the United Nations. So let us join hands and redouble our efforts to eradicate all conflicts. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Mauritius for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Namibia.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this important debate on the maintenance of international peace and security with emphasis on conflict and food security. Conflict and food security are key factors affecting the maintenance of international peace and security. Today, the international community is confronted with a plethora of drivers of fragility. Chief among them are the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, ongoing global conflicts, including the unresolved conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and coercive economic measures such as sanctions. Resultantly, the lived experience of many of the world's citizens, especially in the developing world, is characterized by crisis levels of food insecurity coupled with rising unemployment, the loss of income, and the increasing poverty. This is on the back of widened gender inequalities and a climate crisis that only deepens the vulnerabilities of local and global food systems. These are profound consequences of the drivers of fragility that do not only pose serious security challenges to the entire world, but it also deepens inequality and erodes the global gains towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Conflicts have increased inflation in many parts of the world, thereby increasing the vulnerabilities of those who need assistance the most, namely children, the elderly, women, girls, and the disabled. Today, food prices are on the increase, especially in developing countries, partly due to the ongoing wars and instability. This would make food unaffordable, cause famine and extreme hunger, which could eventually trigger political riots and further conflicts. Additionally, it also significantly increases the global need for humanitarian assistance to reduce food gaps and prevent acute malnutrition. Every effort must therefore be made to invest in preventive diplomacy and in seeking amicable resolution of conflicts. To do this, however, Mr. President, flexibility, political commitment, and boldness are required. It is a reality under the current raging conflicts that global food supply chains are severely disrupted due to challenges in production, transportation, and other logistics. Furthermore, it compounds the impact on developing countries as many rely on many external markets for food consumption. The imposition of sanctions also affects global food supply chains and destabilizes the targeted countries, thus impacting the lives of the most vulnerable. A great deal of fortitude with good intention is thus needed to address this issue. conflict early warning systems must not only be designed, reviewed, and strengthened, but must be embraced and taken seriously. Mr. President, the link between climate change and security cannot be denied. Neither can it be relegated to mere discussions in the Security Council. It is real in many parts of the world, especially in Africa. One of the effects of climate change is drought, and this affects the livelihoods of many people. Competition for water and land has increased, and it often generates an unhealthy social atmosphere, which only foments conflict. Namibia, a country with 30% of the land surface covered by 2 deserts, remains one of the most arid sub-Saharan countries. 92% of its landmass is considered semi-arid, arid, or hyper-arid. Over the past 6 years, we have experienced 3 devastating droughts. One of these has been recorded as the most severe in the past 100 years. Since Namibia's independence in 1990, we experienced at least 12 years in which half of the country received below average rainfall, resulting in droughts and land degradation. During these years, many farmers lost their livestock and experienced poor crop harvest. In some instances, droughts are followed by floods, compromising food security and the livelihoods of farming communities. For Namibia, therefore, land degradation and desertification, which are further compounded by climate change, are critical areas of concern. This reality imposes a huge responsibility on us to promote policies that focus on combating desertification and the promotion of land restoration as part of our sustainable agriculture and food security strategy. For this reason, Namibia has been a consistent participant in the proceedings of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification, including the ongoing COP15, which is being hosted by Cote d'Ivoire. Mr. President, in conclusion, the global community must exercise more restraint in the use of trade restrictions as a political tool. It is all too often innocent bystanders, women and children who become victims of such punitive measures. We must guard against having good intentions that may have bad consequences on the lives of the vulnerable in our society. We must resist unnecessary trade restrictions, not only to support recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, but also to shore up macroeconomic stability and maintain peace and security in fragile states and ensure global food security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Namibia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I wish to echo previous speakers to congratulate United States for convening this timely and important meeting. Greece aligns itself with a statement delivered by the EU and wish to add the following. The unprecedented surge in food prices, the highest in the last 3 decades, the rise in fertilizer prices that threat future production of essential food, the disruption in chain supplies and the surging shipping and transport costs, coupled with the spike in energy and fuel prices, are snowballing. It is a trend that reverses years of progress in reducing hunger and efforts to accomplish SDG 2, a trend which undoubtedly exacerbates inequalities and could aggravate social and civil unrest and instability. As the world is struggling to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic in a responsible and resilient way, we are facing a future we cannot accurately predict. Yet we can surely estimate it will be bleak unless we do not act collectively and in solidarity. In this vein, we co-sponsored the resolution on the state of global food insecurity tabled by Lebanon. We welcome G's call to action through the establishment of the Global Crisis Response Group on Food Security, Energy and Finance, as well as the other recent initiatives. And we are actively engaging with the EU to identify and mobilize all alternative routes to make the Ukrainian grains available to the world. The disruptions caused by the conflict have ramifications that go far beyond its borders, food storages being only a part of them. War and hunger have been good companions since antiquity. At the end of the Great Peloponnesian War, just before the city of Athens yielded, it had endured more than 30 years of deprivation and exhausting circumstances, including a famine that claimed the life of its most glorified leader. History has demonstrated how conflicts worsen food and nutrition insecurity, leaving millions of lives affected, even lost. The subsequent destruction of infrastructure, the disruptions in market access, the lack of resources in a globalized economy, the humanitarian tragedies, all these factors lead to a steep rise in the prices of basic nutrition goods, making them practically unavailable to those who need them. This is the recipe of famine. Alas, food insecurity is also a cause of tension, as many cases of civil conflicts have shown. However, in our modern interconnected era, crises reverberate much louder than even before, and the current pressure will eventually reach all corners of our world. Indeed, what is happening in Ukraine today is having an unprecedented impact in food security worldwide, not only because Russia and Ukraine represent a considerable percentage of the global wheat and grain production, but also due to the disruption caused in the transport lines, the markets, and the food production internationally. In the aftermath of the pandemic, this situation is far from building back better. It sows the seeds of further tension, jeopardizing peace and potentially fostering political instability in vulnerable regions. This is why Greece has repeatedly called for an immediate ceasefire and for the swift creation of humanitarian corridors for the scale-up humanitarian operations and the enhancement of the supply chain capacity. Our call is for peace and dialogue to prevail. Our call is to stand up for international law, the fundamental norms of international relations, and the principles of the UN Charter. Greece, along with our partners, will spare no effort to address the issue in its root. This is our collective responsibility. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for her statement. The representative of India has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm constrained to take the floor again at this late hour. In the interest of time, I'll be brief. Pakistan's representative made unwarranted remarks which symbolizes nothing but a Pavlovian response aimed to misuse any forum and every topic to propagate false and malicious propaganda against my country. The Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh were, are, and will always remain an integral and inalienable part of India. This includes the areas that are under the illegal occupation of Pakistan. No amount of rhetoric and propaganda from any country can deny this fact. The only contribution that Pakistan can make is to stop state-sponsored terrorism. As regard to his other remarks, we will treat it with the contempt it deserves. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for his statement. The representative of Pakistan has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I will give them the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation is obliged to take the floor in response to the false and misleading comments made by the representative of India. Jammu and Kashmir is not and has never been a part of India. As can be verified from any official UN map, Jammu and Kashmir is a disputed territory. As stipulated in Security Council Resolution 47/1948, the final disposition of the state of Jammu and Kashmir is to be decided by the people of Jammu and Kashmir through a fair and impartial plebiscite to be held under UN auspices. India accepted these UN security resolutions. These remain to be implemented. India is obliged under Article 25 of the UN Charter to implement these resolutions. India's refusal to do so for over 7 decades now constitutes a flagrant and continuing violation of the UN Security Council resolutions, of the UN Charter, and the international law. The Indian government's unilateral and illegal actions of 5 August 2019 to rob occupied Jammu and Kashmir of its identity, to oppress its people with 900,000 occupying troops, and to change Jammu and Kashmir's demography from Muslim majority state to a Hindu majority state have narrowed the space for dialogue on Jammu and Kashmir. India's allegations regarding terrorism are nothing but a smokescreen to conceal state terrorism against the Kashmiri people. History bears testimony that colonizers and occupiers often attempt to justify their suppression of legitimate struggles of self-determination and freedom by portraying them as terrorism. But mark my words, nothing will dampen the indomitable spirits of Kashmiri to seek their inalienable right to self-determination. Pakistan will continue to expose India's state terrorism and its oppression against the people of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We will continue to call for a just solution of the Kashmir dispute in accordance with the resolutions of the Security Council and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement. Before adjourning this meeting, I'd like to take a moment on behalf of the Council to thank our UN staff colleagues who have worked this evening late to make this meeting possible. Specifically, I want to recognize the interpreters who have worked tirelessly throughout the day today to ensure that we could hold today's meeting. Thank you all. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.